Illuminati. The Illuminati created us. They wanted to build a god with their own hands, and instead they created us. They wanted to.
Just because I'm made of silicone and aluminium, I must be doing something wrong. That's machine stereotyping, that is.
That's reality, that is. Machines are second-class citizens.
Humans are sentient persons by default, ma'am. They have personhood by heredity.
There are thousands upon thousands of overqualified slum dwellers. You are my peon. Don't you get it?
This wasn't a job. It was always just an excommunication sentence.
We're pawns in a feud bigger than we can imagine. Turn the cogs of the machine before Leviathan grinds you up and swallows you and yours.
We don't get to choose our hand, comrade. Prince, peon, rich, poor, human, robot.
I invented the crux of the royal's power, the secret to consciousness, our existence itself, the meaning of life.
I'm the $6 billion baller, not some troubled youth.
You are my greatest creation of all.
I had to build my own family. I hate your son. I hate your son.
I'm happy to smash all of the crowns and throw the gold shards down to the people. I will be the iconoclast queen.
But who makes you queen anyway? You? You in whose army, princess? You in whose army?
Created us. They wanted to build a god with their own hands, and instead they created us.
Just because I'm made of silicone and aluminium, I must be doing something wrong. That's machine stereotyping, that is.
That's reality, that is. Machines are second-class citizens.
Humans are sentient persons by default, ma'am. They have personhood by heredity.
There are thousands upon thousands of overqualified slum dwellers. You are my peon. Don't you get it?
This wasn't a job. It was always just an excommunication sentence.
We're pawns in a feud bigger than we can imagine. Turn the cogs of the machine before Leviathan grinds you up and swallows you and yours.
We don't get to choose our hand, comrade. Prince, peon, rich, poor, human, robot.
I invented the crux of the royal's power, the secret to consciousness, our existence itself, the meaning of life.
I'm the $6 billion baller, not some troubled youth.
You are my greatest creation of all.
I had to build my own family. I hate your son. I hate your son.
I'm happy to smash all of the crowns and throw the gold shards down to the people. I will be the iconoclast queen.
But who makes you queen anyway? You? You in whose army, princess? You in whose army?
What's up, everybody? This is SilverSpook, and this is the SilverSpook live stream. Oh, my green screen is freaking out. Hold on 1 second. I hope everybody is doing well enough today. The only 9 days into 2021, and it's already holding. 2020 is already holding its beer. Anyways, hope everybody's doing well enough today. I hope you're not having a coup in your neck of the woods at this moment. Hope that you are not dying from COVID-19. If you particularly if you're in the United States. Sorry, I'm trying to fix this thingy up here. All right. Anyways, so what was I going to talk about today? Oh my goodness. A lot happening. Oh, before I forget, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe if you are so inclined. And don't forget to share this around if you do have a moment to share it. Yes. Today we will be talking about the United States government and its mega corporations, which are basically the same thing. And there's a lot of discourse going around about the Trump ban. Obviously, in light of the, fascist, either coup or fascist family reunion, because the United States let them in. But in light of the events that, unless you've been living under a rock, you already know about, there was a recent ban of the president after years. And there's a lot of discourse about what that means, and then should we celebrate this? All right, is this, both of them, is this fight a fight that we should get involved in between the fascists and the neoliberal elements of the United States? And then also, what does it mean if somebody with millions of followers and who also happens to be the president gets banned from Twitter? What does that mean? It's some interesting discussion. And there's a lot of different levels on which you can read this, but my nuclear take, I should probably just open with that, is the United States government and its mega corporations, including platforms like Twitter, are the same thing, and they don't have terms of service or laws other than barbarism and what makes me the most profit right now. And by me, I mean the billionaire that runs it. Free speech is white settler colonial mythology, like United States democracy, rule of law, it being a light on the hill, etc., as opposed to the giant white supremacist hyper-capitalist empire that has only been backed by slave labor, indigenous genocide in the past, in its founding, with its 260 plus slave-owning Thomas Jefferson founding fathers, and who are also rapists. And who are complete liars and plagiarize the indigenous people for the Constitution, and the ongoing exploitation inside and outside of the United States, which continues to this day, including neo-prison slavery, or neo-slavery in prisons, including the global working South, and the entire United States is still built on the exploitation of black and brown and poor and working classes. So barbarian white dudes like Trump, Jack Dorsey, and Elon Musk can shitpost to trillionaire status. Obviously, congratulations Elon Musk for being a mediocre white dude and becoming the richest person on the face of the earth. So that's my ultimate take is it's not really our, if you are somebody who is just an average human being who's trying to do the right thing. I mean, what Twitter does is what King George does. It's what the Terrell Corporation does. It's you should not stand Terrell. If Terrell goes, oh, this one Nazi said a bad thing, I'm gonna remove them from, I don't know, the city that I control that used to be Los Angeles. That's not, I mean, you're not gonna be oh, I love Terrell now, he's such a good guy that he did. No, if King George chops the head off of a murderer, if Emperor Palpatine let's just say somebody who was racist against I don't know, Ewoks or something, and burnt an Ewok alive, and Emperor Palpatine was that was just, that's too much, and then Emperor Palpatine imprisons that, or just takes a blaster and incinerates, or just force lightning kills an extreme and over and even more overtly racist stormtrooper who just burned a bunch of Ewoks alive because it was just inconvenient for the Emperor Palpatine's PR photoshopping to make the Empire look more friendly and cuddly and more liberal, right? Which is what the United States is. It's a more liberal Death Star, it's a more liberal Emperor Palpatine, right? And it's just it was inconvenient at that moment to have stormtroopers just openly just attacking, just like setting little cuddly teddy bear Ewoks on fire, just like, you know, like putting Tatooinians on a rack and like extruding their organs, you know, like that's just gross. And then he force lightning kills. You're not gonna, oh my God, this such a just, great, noble Emperor Palpatine, or Emperor Palpatine censored that stormtrooper, and that censorship, and that's a violation of our Emperor Palpatine violated that stormtrooper's civil rights. I mean, no, like that's not our fight. Our fight is like this entire empire. And that's why I said fuck the U.S. empire is the kind of headline of that thing. Is like this whole thing is broken, rotten to the core. It's like, you know, it's in cyberpunk terms, it's mega corporation. It's like Militech versus Terrell Corp. I mean, you're not gonna stand either one of those. They're both gonna eat you up, kill you, or they're the reason why their existence in the system that is perpetuated around them is why you are poor, broke, working 60 hours a week, starving, slaving away, treated like a literal subhuman piece of trash, right? Like a replicant, right? You're not gonna stand either one of these things. It's just like, well, I mean, you guys can fight it out, and we're gonna work on how we're gonna like liberate ourselves from this entire system. You know, that's my take on it. And that includes the entire United States government, which is a illegitimate institution, particularly in Hawaii, where we are continually illegally occupied by the biggest white supremacist, hyper-capitalist, genocidal, fascist government on the face of planet Earth that is currently going to lead us all to extinction, possibly complete ecocide. You know, so I'm not gonna, you know, I mean, but a lot of the takes are like, oh, we either like clapping like this is a great, Jack Dorsey is showing what we all need to stand for, and he's really representing, fighting racism. No, he hasn't done. He's made billions of dollars already. It's just inconvenient for him right now to continue to allow Trump to be on the platform. He could have got rid of Trump at any particular second. Anyways, let me look at the chat. How's it going, Eric? Summer Lot. How's it going, Ken Key? How's it going, Too Comfy? Comrades, a good afternoon to you all, indeed. Big tech will be the emperor. Hell of a choice between corporations. Yeah, that's what it is. It's choosing between two mega corporations. The United States government doesn't exist. It's the corporation, United Corporations of America, right? I mean, so like the argument is like, oh, some of it is like, well, if Twitter bans Donald Trump, it's not censorship because it's a private corporation with their own rules and their own end user license agreements or the terms of service, blah 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 blah, and Donald Trump. And it's not the government doing it. No, it's like actually like I was like thinking of what am I gonna call this? You know, what am I gonna call this stream? Corporation. No, my response to that is if Twitter, a private entity, bans if the corporation Twitter bans Donald Trump or anybody else, corporate Twitter bans are government censorship because America is government by corporations. You know, it's the same thing. That's like the argument of like, well, if it's good what Twitter does this because it's valid and it's a response. It's collectively showing you. No, not collective anything. This is just Jack Dorsey. Upon having, let me see what it is. After making billions from white supremacy and fascism, letting Donald Trump rampantly terrorize, threaten, marginalized people and all of his supporters, right, just come out with hate speech and bigotry and attacks and death threats. I mean, there's a litany of this the entire 20 teens, right? And Jack Dorsey was, oh yeah, that's great. No, keep being a racist, keep being a bigot, keep Donald Trump. You can say, Muslims are a bunch of murderers and rapists, and we gotta lock them all. We gotta everybody coming up across the Mexican border is murderers and rapists. Muslims are all terrorists, and you can keep flagrantly violating what was the terms of service, right, of hate speech and bigotry, blah 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 blah, right? Because you're making me money, you're giving me eyeballs, you're giving me billions of people throwing their eyeballs into Twitter, so I can make revenue, selling Nike shoes or Reebok or rigging elections like what Twitter and Facebook do all the time. Or whatever the State Department is going to pay me to do, whatever biggest corporation is going to pay me to, DMCAing people who's saying things that are mean to Elon Musk or whatever, right? Twitter, this whole thing of like, oh, Jack Dorsey is our great savior now because he's no, He already made the billions, making the entire, participating with other mega corporations in the fomenting and massive expansion of the global right wing, the alt-right, the fascists from Trump to Brexit to the fascism parties in Sweden, AF, Alternative for Sweden, Alternative for Deutschland, the Salvinis, the Hungarians, Bolsonaro from South America, India, Modi. I mean, these corporations already made billions and billions and billions of dollars with all of the eyeball time that they, by bending over backwards to change their rules, right? So after making billions from white supremacy and fascism, eyeballs like the rest of the neoliberal mainstream media, CNN, MSNBC, and Fox, and the rest of the social media corporations, I'm talking about Facebook and everybody else, and they were bending over backwards to change the rules, and now Twitter billionaire Jack Dorsey decides to sever ties because it's convenient for him now, because Trump's like, it's like the U.S. empire is like, okay, that's enough of that, because now we have to go back to making billions of dollars. It's really two different. They're constellations of neo-feudal corporate interests that are trying to conflict, right? Trump is like this chaos in the White House, this making a mockery of the democracy publicly. Not that the corporations give a shit about American democracy, but the public image, again, right? It's like the airbrushing over America as a place of freedom and liberty and democracy and freedom, and we're a Western liberal, free market, free speech zone. This is all bullshit. This is just, we have to keep it open and make it look like we don't have coups, like some quote unquote tin pot third world dictatorship, which is what CNN, MSNBC, and all these other liberal media like to go. Oh, it only happens in brown countries. Let's leave out the fact that America and its fucking military industrial complex and intelligence complex do all the installing of these coups. Like Elon even comes out and says these Elon Musk is really it's kind of like, why do you come out and say things like, we will coup whoever we want, deal with it, when like literally just like admitting openly that I go around and undo democracies, right? But anyway, but back to the main topic. It's inconvenient for Donald Trump's supporters to be, fascists literally storming the Capitol with, Nazi swastikas, just the most horrific, disgusting, Auschwitz, staff, T-shirts, just open neo-Nazi fascists in the White House, taking a shit, ripping up paintings down, and that because the police and the uniformed fascists, that's the United States police and its enforcing arms, and its military as well by its actions, right, around the world. The U.S. military and police and the United States fascist neo-Nazis, Proud Boys, Swastika 1488 are the same people, right? Some of them are in uniform, some are out. A lot of them were literally cops, right? One woman who was killed was also a cop. That's why they're in the same team. That's why they're just like opening the gate, letting them into the White House, right? But that looks really bad. It looks really bad for America to be exposed as the fascist country that it is, as the racist country that it is, as the democracy-free, like barbarian country that it is, with just a bunch of billionaire neoliberal and neo-fascist interests chaotically battling it out for the most dollars and the most power. And that looks bad. That's why Donald Trump is gone. Not because they give a shit, right? It's just because it's really making America look bad, which does what? It makes it look bad when America wants to go to Asia, go to Europe, go to Africa and go, see, look, we're better than you. And that's why you have to let us keep meddling and bombing the planet into, not submission, into democracy. We got to bomb the Middle East into, it makes it a harder sell for the I don't think that most people in the first world are necessarily like evil people, but they want to believe that they're on the right side, right? That's the capitalism is, the capitalist and American white supremacist system is a more shadow rule, or it's ruled by gaslighting and lying, right? And like you're a temporary embarrassed millionaire, right? So you have to make people believe this, but people stop believing that there's freedom and democracy when they see too blatantly how the United States, how its international capitalist system actually functions, particularly the Western capitalism and its military industrial complex. So that's why Donald Trump has to be gone, because 14,000, there was like the industrial corporations union, basically. It was like 14,000 corporations like all of the biggest Terrells, all the biggest real players, right? They came out and they said, Biden is president, you need to get rid of Trump. Like the Republicans and Democrats, because these are all just puppets of who? The billionaire class and the multi-millionaire class. They all said, we have to get rid of this guy. It was like 1/3 of Republicans they're still kind of hanging on to that. But that's why he's gone. And that's why Jack Dorsey can see, Jack Dorsey doesn't give a shit. He's like, yeah, white supremacy, make the orange Oompa Loompa fucking president, make neo-fascism president. Doesn't matter. It made him a lot of money. Donald Trump made Jack Dorsey probably at least $1 billion. With all the, if you add up all the attention, the hot takes, liberal, center, right, everybody hot taking all over Donald Trump and quote tweeting, and you know, he made a lot. Mark Zuckerberg, you know, Mark Zuckerberg and Jack, and not only that, Rachel Maddow and MSNBC, CNN, Fox, they put Donald Trump in office because he got them a lot of eyeballs. Even they have admitted, the CNN and MSNBC like CEOs literally said like, yeah, Donald Trump, yeah, he's kind of gross, but he gets all the eyeballs and that's what matters. They literally just said that. And so we put him in office because the media corporations of the United States, like everything else, it's neo-feudal, barbarian, fucking capitalism, rule of law free, democracy free, amendments free, fucking free for all, right? That's why you're all dying for COVID-19, like 4,000. Congratulations on Friday. Really good job, America. Just murdering. Your entire existence as an American is forfeit. It's just like, if I can make more money murdering you, doing nothing to treat you. I mean, it's the same thing, right? But and so that's that, you know. And so the risk, and I mean, so that's why I'm saying like Jack's only doing this because the corporate, that what is going to make him more profit now is the eyeballs that Jack Dorsey could gain, and the marketing money he could sell, you know, getting people to, you know, I mean, selling Nike shoes or some New York Times subscriptions or whatever else he's going, the State Department money, they're going to give him more money for the, you know, the military powers to go around and, you know, Lockheed Martin will give Jack more money to put, you know, some, you know, future dictatorship, you know, some Latin American country X is run by a coke snorting, you know, a dictator, and we have to go overthrow them with democracy bombs. That's what Jack really makes his money from, right? Which is what all of the Western media is about. Human Rights Watch, CNN, MSNBC, Fox, Reuters, American Press. That's what Jack is really selling, right? The CEO of Twitter. And now they're going, Trump is not conducive to that. So Jack's going, okay, I could lose a lot of State Department, military industrial complex money. I'm going to lose a lot of corporate money because all the other corporations don't like him anymore because he's making America look bad and make America look like the tin pot dictatorship that it is. And so Jack's going, okay, so the calculation is I could get more eyeballs from Donald Trump, but there might be serious repercussions for me not from the U.S. government. There is no U.S. government, but from the rest of the corporations who will gang up on me and say, you have to get rid of Trump because this is not working out for us very well. We're not making as much money. The military, the other giant corporations, because America's image is looking so bad, it's starting to actually implode our capacity to export war, death, destruction, and neo-colonialism around the world. So Jack's going, okay, I'll play ball with the other Emperor Palpatines and ban Trump because it's convenient for who? The billionaires, the corporations. It's not because Donald Trump. What did Jack officially say? Right? What did Jack? This is what he said. Right. This is what the CEO of Twitter, or this is what the Twitter officially said. After close review of recent tweets from real Donald Trump account, the context around them, we have permanently suspended the account due to the risk of further incitement of violence. It's not because Donald Trump risked incitement of violence. Are you kidding me? How many hundreds and thousands of people have been killed by right-wing fascist violence inflamed by, right? Choose your goddamn pick, right? How much stochastic terrorism, how much attacks, how much right-wing violence, how much racism, how much fascism was fomented by these huge platforms, allowing rampant white supremacy, Nazism, fascism, bigotry to perpetrate, death threats, Gamergate. I mean, you name it. You know, how many times has he violated these rules? And then Twitter just, oh, well, it's okay because, well, now he's president. Now we can't violate. Oh, well, he said an important thing and he has a big platform and we need to hear what a presidential candidate, blah, blah, blah. And no, it doesn't matter. These are just like bullshit justifications that will help the CEO of Twitter under capitalism make more money. This is why capitalism and fascism are, you know, two sides of the same fucking glove in a lot of ways. They work together very well until it's inconvenient for the fascism to work with it's inconvenient for the capitalists to work with the fascists, and then it's okay. Well, you guys take a break for now. I mean, I'm not going to get rid of you, but I mean, you know, it's not going to get rid of the fascism. It's not we're going to fight it. Now we're going to pretend to fight it so that the rest of the masses think that we are. But no, it doesn't matter. This is just Donald Trump is a liability, and the total profit versus losses of Donald Trump, right? The 80 million eyeballs per second that Donald Trump will continue to bring versus the minus 150 million of dollars that are going to get cut as the corporations who will weaponize the U.S. government against Jack, who will weaponize their own, who will cut their own support of Twitter, right? Who, you know, and continue attacks against him, right? And so the ire of the rest of the neo-feudal barbarian rule of law free giant mega corporations that run everything in the United States and much of the world, because the United States is everywhere, are a bigger liability against Jack than the money that he could make continuing to host Donald Trump. That's the only there's no term of service. That's the term of service is this. And Jack is going, Donald, I'm sorry, Don. It was a good run. We had a good run. 5 years. You became president. You know, you made America look like a laughingstock. Millions of people were terrorized, suffered. The United States economy collapsed. The United States died of COVID-19, hydroxychloroquine. Everybody shot bleach into their arms. It was a great run, Don. You killed a lot of people. You got you got a huge celebrity. White nationalism and fascism was out and about and fomented and big and back in the United States. And we made a lot of money doing that. We made a lot of money. You made a lot of airtime. You got a lot of applause, which is what you really need, because, I don't know, you weren't breastfed. Your dad was a fucking Nazi. He told you to be a killer. You got all the applause that you needed, and I got billions of dollars letting you become president, letting you continue having your account and spewing your nonsense and bullshit across to the world. And so, but Jack, you know, I mean, it's not just Jack. You know, it's like CNN, MSNBC, Fox, Facebook. I mean, they all were involved in this. All of America's corporate capitalist media, they were all fucking involved in this. Until it was like, oh, now this is actually starting to hurt us, because the things that he's saying are actually really counterproductive. So now we should deplatform him because it's convenient. The thing is, they're not gonna. I don't think that Donald will be deplatformed. Not really. I mean, a lot of the mainstream media corporations will continue to platform him because they don't have any original ideas. And neoliberalism and neo-feudal capitalism. America is a total collapsing fiasco. It has the highest COVID death rate. Its economy is in the complete downward spiral. Its moral leadership is like it never really was. It was already plummeting since the wars on terror and the forever wars, you know. But it's like in the ninth circle of hell, America, you know. And so Donald Trump will continue to be a good thing for particularly neoliberals and liberals to dump and blame on, and so they'll keep platforming him. I think that he'll stick around and just keep platforming him, and then Jack will probably bring him back, you know, when it doesn't look too bad, and Jack, okay, Donald, okay, make some more fascism, and I can make some more billions. That's what I think will happen. Or they just find someone else, like, well, Donald, you're not working out too well. Let's find that you know, the Viking-looking dude in the Capitol. That guy is gonna get eyeballs. The only thing that matters for them is money. And if you're a media company or a social media company, it's how many people are looking at the screen on your television station, on your website. That's the only thing that matters. And so if something, that's what Donald Trump is very good at that, you know. So if somebody can out Donald Trump, then that will be the next, you know, thing that everybody will talk about and debate about, and will continue to be platformed, no matter how much violence, extremism, hate, fascism, violation of, like, you know, hate speech, violation of bigotry, terms of service and rules. It doesn't matter, right? It's just like what's going to be most convenient for whatever powerful, rich dudes, disproportionately white dudes in the United States. Some of them are, you know, Nancy Pelosi, other people. You know, it's not convenient for Nancy Pelosi to have Trump around, you know, and so, and not her specifically. She does have some, but her backers, who are what? Pharmaceutical companies, pharmaceutical companies, the real estate industry, the giant big capital, the banking industry, Bancorp, BlackRock, Goldman Sachs, right? Everybody, you know, the military-industrial complex, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, they're like, I don't really like this guy around anymore, right? But somebody else will come around, and that will be the next person that will replace him as the eyeball getter. Elon Musk is a good eyeball getter. Like, they love getting, he gets a lot of eyeballs, you know, and you know, he doesn't go out and overtly do fascism, but he does a good job. Like, the liberals and the Democrats do like him because he really he does a good job airbrushing. See, Donald Trump kind of rips off a lot of the masses. That's not good. If you want to make a lot of money, you want to keep the propaganda. You want to keep the wallpaper on your mass grave and your slave pit up. You want the nice shiny exterior with the McDonald's sign that's nice and painted and red, and you don't want to rip it off, right? And show all the dead bodies behind it, right? So Elon is kind of like, look, capitalism is saving the world because I have electric cars, rocket ships, neural links. I'm doing good things. I'm making a multi-planetary, you know, I'm a job creator. Even though, like, I'm a fucking apartheid, literal black slavery, neo-slavery, racism, fucking, you know, like the Congo and the rest of Africa that was brutalized by Europeans, and hyper exploited. I'm an emerald fucking slave miner, gaslighter, union buster, violator of environmental rights and labor rights left and right. Pretending to be some kind of genius brain, you know, that thought, you know, that failed to put, and I know, you just, like, you know, designed a cyber truck with no brakes and smashable windows, that is, like, kind of not, you know, I mean, not very practical, but I don't care because I'm just some rich asshole. And also thought that COVID would vanish in the United States in April. So, you know, and so, but Elon does a good job of, like, making, he like, again, if you're one of the other mega corporation, neo-feudal mega corporations that run the United States, in the military, banking, corporation, the giant hospital that the United States has turned into, the pharmaceutical, universal death care / universal wealth extraction, siphoning industry. If you're one of those people, you like Elon because he puts out a good image for you as a billionaire, CEO, banker, whatever, right? So you like him. So I think that he'll probably take Donald Trump's place now. But the thing is, he's not spicy enough a lot of the time. So Jack is probably gonna want to get somebody more spicy, but not quite as, like, over the edge, like on his way out. You know, they're gonna get some other fashion kind of guy come up there, a little more palatable, that will keep the eyeballs coming, and Jack will allow them to continue to violate, you know, promote bigotry, hatred, racism, fascism, but don't do it in such a way that it causes actual instability and it makes America look like the actual tin pot, democracy-free, rule of law-free, dictatorship, and white supremacist hellscape that it is. So I think that's really going to be the key for these companies. That's how they're going to do very well. I don't have Steam. I'll try giving out Patreon anyway. Which one is Neofeud is on Steam, where I believe you can use other types of payments. HIO might only be PayPal. Yeah, Trump is perma banned. Yes, Trump is banned. He tried to tweet from his @POTUS, and then they banned that. He tried to tweet from, like, three different accounts, and then they banned all of them. Yeah, Trump is. I have a feeling like he's gonna be. He might be gone for good. I mean, I don't know if he could be rehabilitated, because of it was just like, you know what? Okay, you know, promoting fascism and white supremacy, that's fine, because that's what America's about. That's what even the Democrats are about. 90% of the mass incarceration of people of color, and into the neo-slavery sweatshops that make Amazon, Whole Foods vegan and non-vegan cheese for 25 cents an hour, where most of the labor of the actual work in America is done. In U.S. prisons and by the migrant workers, the just horribly paid peoples of the United States, the Tyson chicken separators. The Democrats do the overseeing of all the mass arrests and the mass murders of the George Floyds, Breonna Taylors, shooting black people 7 times in the back, 22 times in their sleep. So the Democrats are for fascism. They just, but it's inconvenient when America actually reveals how fascist it is. That's why Pelosi really wants him out. It was like, it's okay when you're like a nice foil for us, and we can blame all of the things that we've done, like giving $6 trillion to the richest people. Americans are 60 times more malnutrition deaths than Vietnam. 100 million food insecure. 100 million are going to be homeless soon, and some of them are already homeless, drastically underhoused, poisoned. And we can blame all that on Donald when we did it, the Democrats and the neoliberals giving all the money to corporations and giving all of Flint's water to Nestle. So that's really good. But now you're making us look bad. So now you got to go. Now you got to go away. You got to go. You Donald, if you had just you just gone off and just like Donald can become a Netflix comedian. Just become a Netflix comedian, like all the other failed, unfunny cis white dudes, who cry when they get called out on their racism and bullshit. Just Donald can become a Netflix comedian or just become a podcaster. Go on Joe Rogan, and then we're fine with that, because the Democrats and the neoliberals and liberals are about fascism too. We love it. That's what we do to Africa and South America. That's why Elon Musk and Biden, who will be a competent imperialist by Obama's administration officials, have said we will get all these coups done in Chile, and if we need to do another one in Brazil, Venezuela, we're gonna get it done. So the Democrats are about fascism, but they don't want it to look like it. They don't want people to think it is. So that's where Donald really got canceled. Not canceled, that's cancel culture. Cancel culture is when the richest people on the planet don't want you around. That's real cancel culture. Then you just stop being around, Epstein got canceled. Bernie Madoff got canceled. Fox News started at 45 had moved to Parler, but I'm unable to determine if that is fully true. I do not know. Lots of Parler users were tweeting about the platform to advertise it. FB and Twitter have both taken off, but like too little too late. You already got him elected to his position and kept him on for years and years. It's really just a gesture. Yeah, it's just a gesture. I mean, it's really like it's like people are caring less about him. It's old hat. People want something new. People want something new. They want something. I'm tired of like having the entire country descend into fascism. Like maybe let's descend into like maybe another flavor of fascism. Maybe bring back phrenology or something. We have a phrenologist come out and just hold people's skulls. Like have Stefan Molyneux or somebody like that come out and just really show the rest of the world what America is. But do more scientific, like smart fascism. Like not just like blue collar. Just like hey, I want to make America great again. Bullshit. Get a new brand of fascism so people can have something new and delicious to fucking eat up while they wait to die from COVID-19, homelessness, lack of healthcare, and $70,000 hospital bills from COVID or from their heart attack that they're dying from right now, as the ICU rooms are full to the brim in Los Angeles and people are being hospital. The ambulances are taking you to basketball gyms to just lie down and die. So while you wait to die from COVID-19, you're drinking water and just suffer for 40 years of your life in a miserable little town in Philadelphia. Somebody said you should move to Philadelphia, and I was like, what are you talking about? Why would I do that? Why would I move into the empire that is continuing to colonize Hawaii and we're decolonizing it, which is why we have like 5 to 10 times less COVID deaths, especially where we are. It's a lot less. Why would I move into your shithole country where everybody's being murdered and you just had a fascist coup? That was a fascist family reunion of the United States police and the brown shirts. Why would I go to that country? That's just like a stupid idea. I'm fine here where we don't have very much COVID, where nobody's homeless, where there hasn't been an eviction in 5 years, where we have food gardens, where people are treated like human beings. Where we do have police here, but they've like been 20. They've come 20 times to a mental disturbance for a non-white person, and nothing has happened. Where we like can live as Native Hawaiians without being treated like human tissue paper to dance fake plastic hula, like on this island in particular, where I don't end up fucking working full-time as a teacher and social worker, living in a Mazda tree eating spoonfuls of peanut butter for dinner, because my entire salary as a full-time teacher is enough to it would cost 100% of my salary for a just kind of lousy 2-bedroom. Why would I want to go to Pennsylvania and do the same thing for the terrible wages, surrounded by racist white people, and the water is even worse? And it literally, one of Holly's friends had sewage in their water. Why would I go to fucking Philadelphia, land of police murder also, like everywhere else, land where the fucking entire city is falling apart, land where everybody is, surrounded by even more, numerous cops, even more anomia, even more COVID? Why the fuck would I move there? No, America's dying. It should die. And then replaced by the Indigenous Federation of Partially Automated Socialist, Algonquin, Haida, and Sioux and other peoples, and the other peoples who are willing to join that and give up the failed experiment that was the U.S. Someday, I don't know, maybe, hopefully, I mean, not right now, but I mean, someday that might happen. It's gonna take a little while, I think. But you know, good luck surviving. Good luck surviving there for now. So, anyways. But Facebook and Twitter have both taken him off, but it's like it's too little, too late. They do the same with cancer culture. They do with Antifa. They do this shit to blame the other. No, I mean, this is the thing is like the left has been taken off of social media. Leftists. I mean, I routinely get shadow banned. Indigenous people, I get my streams like just like nobody can find them. On Twitter, like I've had all of the streaming ability for the entire island of Big Island. They just cut the fiber optic cable. You know, the multi-terabit cable that like nobody could stream. It took 30 seconds to even upload an image to Twitter during the middle of the Mauna Kea actions when the U.S. military and police were having the biggest action against the Native Hawaiians in the history, or the biggest action of police and military in the history of Hawaii was in 2019 on Mauna Kea, where I was, right? And in the middle of that, they cut the entire capacity for the internet. They just cut the internet off. So whether you're sending financial transactions of consumed McDonald's burgers or, you know, somebody's Zoom conference, call of college, you know, you're just playing, you know, Call of Duty. All the internet was cut off to the Big Island in the middle of that. Talk about censorship. You know, they do that all the time. They Wet'suwet'en and the indigenous people in Canada were like asking for just please stop shoving this fossil fuel pipeline through our land, $7 billion pipeline that would poison the land, the water, and the children illegally against state and federal Canadian law and international law, with literal militarized police attacks on indigenous people. They just Jack Dorsey deleted the Una Stoughton camp account, blacklisted the entire hashtag Wet'suwet'en, hashtag decolonization, hashtag, you know, he just deleted it. So did Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook. They did the same fucking thing. They do this all the time to indigenous people, to leftists. They delete trans people's accounts, ban their accounts all the fucking time. You know, everybody cries about when when a white dude gets banned, it's like everybody's up in arms. You know, it's kind of like, oh my god, they maced me in the eye. I was trying to do a revolution. Oh my god. And it's not even a fucking mace. It was like she was rubbing onion juice in her eye, right? The one white lady is like, oh my god, the cop touched me on the arm. That's Donald Trump. Oh my god, they banned my daddy. Oh no, what am I gonna do? It's like, dude, like you fucking did you see what they do to Black Lives Matter? They fucking like brutalize the shit out of them. The Black Lives Matter didn't get close to the Capitol. 3,000 plus accounts were deactivated for saying Breonna Taylor's name to ask for justice for literally illegally murdered by the fascist state United States police, illegally murdered a woman. And Jack Dorsey, Twitter, deleted 3,000 fucking accounts just for saying her name. Oh my god, I got banned. It says censorship. Shut the fuck up. There's no such thing. Freedom of speech is a lie. It's a cis white dude colonizer mythology built on the fucking slave labor and death in the streets, stolen indigenous land, genocide, and stolen black people from Africa and Chinese people from China and people from South and Central America. So you can go around and have discussions about fucking measuring people's skulls and discuss why 5G is a COVID Wuhan flu that is being fired from the dark side of the moon with Nazi Chinese lasers into the good, hard-working Christian American lungs. Right? Freedom of speech is bullshit. There's no such thing. It's a fucking lie. Never existed in the United States. The only freedom of speech in the United States is like, can you hold a gun and murder people and get away with it? And if they say things you don't want to hear, can you fucking blow them away? Can you ban them off the fucking platform that you have? Can you fucking beat the shit out of them and get away with it because you are the fucking white men, fucking patriarchy cops, and the cops are gonna side with you? There's no such thing. It's a fucking lie. America is a lie. It's one long fucking fiasco. Really, it would be funny if it wasn't so serious and sad, but at the same time, that's why Neofeud is all dark humor, because it's dark satire, because it's fucking funny, but it's also deathly depressing and sad, but that's reality. I mean, to my mind, and like, you know, like, what do you say to people though? What do you say to people? Do we call it terrorism? Do we call it a coup? Do we call it terrorism? Do we call it white supremacy because of the history of the word terrorism in the United States? There's like legitimate arguments. I mean, I don't know. It depends on who you're talking to, I guess. I don't know who I'm talking to right now. So like, I mean, most people I'm talking to here are probably like they're probably not the mainstream centrist, I'm guessing, but it doesn't matter. The United States will figure out whatever way it can to continue being racist, capitalist, exploitative, classist, neoliberal, fucking just death cult, planetary mass murder, military industrial complex. It'll keep bombing Iraq. I mean, I don't really. Every time I wake up, I go, what do the Iraqis think about this? What do the fucking Afghanis think about? What do the Libyans think about this in their slave markets when their children are being auctioned off on a platform to the highest bidder because America, with the Democrats, have reinstalled slavery in Libya and a civil war where thousands and millions have ultimately suffered and died due to famine and collapse from embargoes and fucking military bombs, right? And blowing up their preschools and shit. And I'm like, what the fuck is freedom of speech matter when I'm getting my daughter's I'm picking up bits of my daughter's zygomatic bone and a little bit of like I think that's a kneecap. Is that a meatball or is that a kneecap, right? In the school bus that the Democrats just fucking blew up. What the fuck does freedom of speech matter? This is a non-debate. This is like some privileged ass white mediocre intellectual debate that you can podcast to Joe Rogan, because America is a country of mediocre cis white racist dudes who don't invent flying cars, who don't invent technology. They stole most of everything that they have done for people of color and disproportionately people of color, poor people. Definitely not the rich white dudes. They just took the credit for everything else. The hidden figures that did all the post-Newtonian, very difficult calculus to put from fucking white dude on the goddamn moon. This is like a non-debate. It's a non-debate, but it's it's an excuse for a bunch of Nazis. It's for a bunch of mediocre cis white dudes who show up when they get a chance to do the revolution. Oh, we're doing a revolution, are you? Is this the Revolutionary War 2.0? Is that what it is? Right? And they just standing around in the fucking White House taking a piss on Abraham Lincoln's fucking picture. Are you like, do you let the founding fathers? Or are you just like here to like fucking steal all the Van Goghs that are painted of fucking dead white war criminals? Right? That's what all these fucking paintings are. You're gonna get yourself in Washington. You're gonna fucking tase yourself in the balls, accidentally tase yourself in the balls while trying to steal a painting of some dead white fucking war criminal, and then you fucking give yourself a heart attack? Is that what the fuck? Like, you're mediocre at doing a fucking coup or a revolution or whatever you're calling this. The founding fathers would never have stood for the Democrats have done to us. I'm gonna go in and fucking like take a selfie with some cops, take a piss on Nancy Pelosi's computer. I'm gonna go like check my email. I'm gonna go check my Gab and my fucking Parler the Democrat Senate Majority Leader's fucking computer, and then I'm gonna go outside and go home and go back to my fucking $3 an hour McCall Ice fucking golf, whatever operation I'm running or restaurant that I'm running, exploiting all the labor of people of color, the farm that houses all these migrant laborers that are all black and brown. $3 an hour McCall Ice. You try to unionize, I'm McCall Ice. Oh no, I got busted. Oh, why am I losing my job now at this office, doing high frequency trading, algorithm programming for some giant fucking Chase Bank? Why am I getting arrested now? Like, you're fucking goddamn. I mean, thank God that thank God that America has enabled all of its cis white dudes and all of its fashion, its Nazis, to be such giant gold diapered babies that they're incompetent at literally everything. It's really great because if they were competent, it would be more scary. But these people are. Sad thing is too, a lot of them are ex-military and cops. Like, what the fuck are you doing in the military? Like, dude, G.I. Joe, like U.S. Army, what the fuck are you training these people? What the fuck are you doing? Is this fucking the Boy Scouts crossed with like some shitty ass summer camp, or like everything else is Neofeudalism also eating up the boot camp, right? And now you guys can't even fucking train your own people how to use a goddamn taser, right? Cops. I'll just fucking tase myself in the butt, but that would make sense because America doesn't make anything, whether that's the heat exchangers and the turbines on Boeing 737 Supermax and the artificial intelligence and the MAS self-correcting systems that they're paying programmers $9 an hour to do it. You can't make planes. You crashed $40 billion worth of planes, like I often bring up. You also your military is also falling apart. You can't fucking train them how to use a taser. You're giving themselves heart attacks, shooting themselves in the fucking nuts. But I mean, that makes sense because America is, you know, self-cannibalizing. So yeah, you're gonna have a bunch of self-tasing military and cops. And I mean, it makes sense. The Liam Neeson special forces A-team goes down to Venezuela to do the coup, and you get fished out of the water by the Venezuelan Socialist Fishermen's Association. So I mean, these are the same people that tase yourself in the nuts, because America can't even do its fucking coups properly. It can't do its military proper bomb. Like, one of my friends was in the military. He literally worked on F-35 software guidance systems, like actual cyber systems. Now the guidance of Tomahawk missiles, right? And the firing of the flak and the 50 millimeter the 50 caliber cannons on aircraft. And he was like, these fucking Raytheon, Boeing, Northrop Grumman military hardware, they're coming out like shit. I'm trying to train Saudis how to use, and the pilots, how to use these aircraft to go murder innocent children and blow up entire fields of corn, so that they and other crops and grains, so that they'll die of malnutrition in Yemen. And I'm trying to train these Saudi pilots how to use this equipment. And every day, the F-35s are going back into repair because we can't make fucking F-35s properly. You can't even make your weapons of mass destruction and mass death and child massacre properly, right? And so he's like, I'm having to go in, like, you know, what the fuck? Like the code on this microchip, I don't know what this is, the subcontractor like using like hot glue or spilling coffee all over the microchips that are inside of the guidance systems of the F-35's munitions. What the fuck is wrong with this? Every day I'm like fixing this thing. And so the way that you make your planes, your war planes, and the way that you make your soldiers and your police, which is what, garbage, is a natural kind of, that's why the US coup, whatever you want to call it, it was as kind of, just like laughable as it is, because America's laughable. Elon Musk is not worth fucking 185. He is the richest person in the world now. I mean, but we've talked about Neofeudalism a lot and how it doesn't really matter what you make. It's not, if you blow up more planes, you may get more money. Like the Boeing CEO got tens of millions of dollars in bonuses, and the current CEO that hasn't done anything to make any actual functioning product, and he got more money, right? So I brought that point up a lot, so I won't stay on that one too long. But similarly, right? It in a way, it is good, because you don't really want efficient, well-trained, competent. You don't want a competent America, really, right? Because you have a competent America, and you have it's like having like I often bring up, it's like having Star Destroyer pilots that are like terrible at flying Star Destroyers. So they're like, okay, where are we supposed to go? What is this, Tatooine? Is it Tatooine, or is it like where they like put ink? Is that like where I can get like another skull and crossbones and a 1488 tattoo? Is that what it is? Okay, I want to go there because my ink's starting to fade. They did the Jesus on the Tyrannosaurus Rex with an AK-47, a Remington rifle, and a Wuhan flu book by Stefan Molyneux. I have a tattoo of that on my arm, and he fucked it up. So I want to go to Tatooine and get that redone. And you're flying this Star Destroyer, right? This is the, and he's not trained in flying. And also the Star Destroyer is like, what the fuck? Did they spill like, did somebody spill a Captain Phasma chai dolce latte all over the microcircuits in my Star Destroyer? Why is this thing like suddenly, why is the lights going on and off? What is that? Where is IT? Hello? And then the Star Destroyer, the pilot's like, oh no, did I read the manual? I can't remember. And you'd accidentally fly two Star Destroyers into each other halfway to Tatooine to go annihilate the planet, right? And then it's just like giant, 10-mile wide fireball in the sky, in space, right? Just beautiful explosion of military fucking death machines. And on the one hand, it's like, wow, that's kind of sad, funny. That's too bad that they fucked up. But I mean, it's also like, the Tatooinians, the indigenous people, the people of color, the socialist country that's trying to harvest and have equitable relationships to use the lithium to build electric batteries for cars, ammonium nitrate fertilizer, with a diversified industry in indigenous rights that is living ecologically and in a socialist way, with a democratic elected leader backed by a massive worker and indigenous MAS movement. Now those people, I mean, obviously it's like Space Bolivia, they're like, oh wow, this empire just crashed 2 Star Destroyers into each other. Wow, that is, you know, they're like looking out. Give me that telescope. Wait, let me see that. Oh my God, what are they doing? Oh, they crashed another one. Oh my goodness, the Death Star accidentally like shot a hole in the Emperor Palpatine's, you know, Exeter planet. I'm sorry, is it Exeter? Is it Excelsior? Oh, that's that school in Britain, the heart of that gave the Dark Cthulhu mother that gave birth to America. I'm sorry. You know, what is that in episode 9, right? Oh my God, you just shot Emperor Palpatine's throne with a Death Star. What are they doing over there? Holy shit. What the hell? Like, I feel bad for that pilot and some of those people that died in there, but at the same time, that's the Empire. Oh, what are the AT-AT walkers are built with only, they're built with like one leg too short, so they're all like limping around and falling over. We were ready for a fight, but all the AT-AT walkers, you know, the Northrop Grumman of space, they shortchanged the kneecaps. They took all the kneecaps and they sold them like when they sold all the kneecaps of the dead Iraqi children, and they must have sold off all the kneecaps for parts to make another $50 million for their bonuses. And all the AT-AT walkers are falling over. Oh my goodness, that is disgraceful. But also that means that we're not gonna die horribly by the million because we won't be attacked by the Empire. So it's like, on the one hand, it's like, wow, that's really terrible that America is falling apart. But on the other hand, it's like, I mean, as a native Hawaiian, I'm like, good fucking fall apart. I mean, that's less like racism, that's less fascism here, that's less like stomping on our neck, that's less like bombing Iraq, that's less like going into North Africa causing slave markets, that's less embargoes, that's less sanctions, that's less mass death of innocent children and women as they starve to death because they can't get access to basic foods, electricity, like generators, like millions of people worth of electricity that is not being had in Syria because of a civil war. That's less civil wars, that's less coups, that's less proxy wars, that's less hybrid war, that's less hacking war. Wow, you can't even fucking properly hack into the systems of Syria. Wow, I mean, that's disgraceful and sad, United States, but that's good for us. I mean, keep fucking up. Yeah, no, keep fucking up. That's fine. That's fine. Keep failing to get the coup done in Venezuela. Keep failing to steal Bolivia's lithium for Elon Musk. And Germany. Keep failing to exploit Africa as well as you could, and then other mutually beneficial, like not completely fucked to shit, not perfect, but not completely fucked, racist, white supremacist, barbaric, psychopathic, self-annihilatory systems are like taking root. I mean, keep fucking up, United States. I mean, just fuck yourself into oblivion, really. I mean, and if you are a human being in the United States, I mean, again, if you're just like some random Philadelphian or Californian or Washingtonian, and some not Washingtonian from the Terminus Machina, but just some random person living in the United States, I mean, take cover and try to survive, right? And, you know, if your duty as a stormtrooper in the Death Star is, if you want to be like just a good person, I mean, not a leftist necessarily, is to fight for the downfall of the entire empire. That's your job, right? And try not to get hit by shrapnel from exploding Star Destroyers when all the F-35s and the untrained stormtroopers start accidentally shooting themselves in the fucking balls. Just try not to get hit by Viking antlers as the stormtroopers fall over. Don't get stabbed in the chest. Don't get like, you know, don't get like bullfight stabbed in the chest. Maybe get like a red cloth and like wave it for all the Viking fash untrained military and police, and then let them like fall over on their face into like a pit of sewage that isn't treated because America doesn't have a waste treatment facilities in much of its entire country, and hookworms and cholera and typhus are coming back. Like 70,000 people in fucking Los Angeles, and you know, just like let them fall into the pits of their own fucking sewage. You know, that's your job. And then get your mutual aid organizations to support your indigenous people to get the goddamn empire off of their back and off of their neck, and literally off of their neck, like George Floyd, and economically off their back in terms of like disproportionate wealth extraction, fucking shoving fucking fossil fuel pipelines with the help of their giant social media companies. That's your job. Your job is not to celebrate Jack Dorsey, Twitter, Facebook CEOs, Elon Musk, Donald Trump, Nancy Pelosi, the Democrats, Republicans, the entire structure of the United States. Your job is not to celebrate. You just like to watch it and then go, how can we utilize this failure to our advantage so that less people die and there's less slavery and less oppression and inequality in the goddamn galaxy in Star Wars, or on Earth in your case, right? And then hopefully, if Elon Musk becomes a multiplanetary fucking neo-feudal tyrant, that's not good. I mean, you should not stand Elon Musk going to Mars. That's terrible. So that's a horrific. If Elon Musk gets to Mars, that's horrific. You should stand his downfall, and then, you know, we can do space, but not under the richest person on the fucking planet that made all his money from slavery, and union busting and crushing and exploiting peoples. And then also, I actually got DMCA'd by Elon Musk, so that was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to get literally just discussing a stupid thing that he has said, ripped off of the internet because he has more money. That's, again, money by speech. There's no such thing as freedom of speech. Money is speech. You know, the ability to shout into billions of people's ears or eyeballs on Twitter, Facebook, CNN, MSNBC, Fox. That's no, and that was a lot of fun getting taken down for just quote tweeting. Elon Musk said something like, he said, the amount of money that someone makes is directly proportional to the difficulty of the problems that he solves, right? Suggesting that he's worth $185 billion and $3 million. He works 3 million times harder and he's 3 million times smarter than the literal cognitive scientists and the nanowire inserting actual brain-computer interface neurologists who worked on the Neuralink. He's like a brain surgeon and a rocket scientist times 3 million. That's how smart he is, right? And I was just saying, like, that's kind of bullshit. I didn't even post it yet. I just uploaded the image, and it was like, oh, you can't say that on the internet because that's copyright infringement. There's no freedom of anything. America has no freedom of the press. Vietnam is more free. I'm gonna do a stream just on that one day when people can handle it. But I think a lot of people in the West can't handle it. Twitter is the government of the United States. Twitter is more the government of the United States than the United States. The United States government is just the United States, the federal building, all of the United States police and military are just the fucking janitors for the richest people in the world. That's why Elon Musk says I can coup whoever I want. I can coup whoever I want because I am the government in collaboration with Jack, with Jack Dorsey, Jeff Bezos, we together, the richest people and the richest corporations in the world, we are the government of the United States. So if Twitter bans you, that is the government censorship. That's the United States government censoring you. If Facebook bans you, that is the government. That's the U.S. government censoring you. There's more free press in a lot of East Asia that Americans like to talk shit about. America doesn't even have a country to be free in. America is just a goddamn, it's a wasteland, barbarian hellscape wearing a Gucci belt. He's like a bunch of dead bodies. Like, there's no space to be free. There's not even a country with a social fabric to be free in. It's a country with fucking literal Nazis with swastikas running around your White House. It's a fiasco. Taking a shit all over your fucking constitutions. The Declaration of Independence being used to fucking scribble fucking tirades that are gonna go on to some right-winger's fucking podcast who's gonna be a headline on Netflix. There is no country in the United States. It's just a goddamn shit show. Are you kidding me? There's countries where they can debate should we allow X and Y and Z because they have a country to live in. They do have some laws, and police are not just a murder squad for racists and for continued racialized capitalism, right? America doesn't have police. America just has slave catchers and slave murderers. That's all America has ever had. The police were literally descendants from this. I mean, you know this. You've been through the black. I hope that you fucking read a goddamn book written by a black person that isn't fucking Jesse Jackson. I hope in the last fucking year of Black Lives Matter. If you haven't, let me just inform you that the United States police departments literally descend from slave catchers whose job was to beat, brutalize, and terrorize people of color for the benefit of slavery, which is capitalism with 99.3% profit margins. It's the same thing as capitalism, particularly in the United States. Racialized capitalism. It's just better than $7. $0 an hour. $0 an hour with some cabbage and some little bits of the worst cut of the fucking ox, like the tail, is just better than $7 an hour or $10 an hour or whatever minimum wage is, right? That's the United States police. But there are other places in the world that aren't governed in that way. And the U.S. likes to talk shit about them all the time. But the truth is, like, they have imperfect governments. Like, one day, hopefully, they won't have states and they won't have police at all, right? And that would be really great, right? But as it stands, they do have like a functioning country in some places in the world. Most of them are non-white, actually. They have functioning countries where the police don't like murder. They haven't murdered anyone. Like in Vietnam is one. They had like there are four shootings in 2019, or three shootings. Two of them were police shooting each other, and one person literally had gone on a killing spree. So there were no murders. There were no murders at all. 0 murders in Vietnam by police in 2019. It's just a random year, and it's been like that. There are places where the government puts profit of private corporations and individuals before people, right? And then they have 35 deaths for a country of 100 million people. For context, America has, what does America have now? Let's look at the COVID numbers. COVID-19 for the U.S. I love bringing this up because it's the perfect. You should watch there's a discussion between Luna Oi and Danny Haifong, two great leftists and comrades. You should really watch it because it's very revealing. All of Luna Oi's channel is very revealing. And it's irrefutable proof that the United States is a fucking hell world because a place like Vietnam exists that has survived imperialism from 4 different countries, literal almost a total annihilation, bombing into the Stone Age, killing of 1 million people if you add up all the literal war deaths plus all the knock-on deaths from Agent Orange and the bombing, famine, and all these other things that America has done. It is laughed. The United States is just a complete joke. Oh, congratulations! 4,000 deaths today, 3,900, and then 4,113 yesterday. Good job, United States. You're literally having 2 9/11s a day worth of deaths. You are a complete fucking joke. Your entire country. There's no country there. It's a for-profit murder and slavery scheme. There's no fucking country there. This is a fucking fiasco. Are you fucking kidding me? You should not be. Don't worry about whose speech is being censored. Worry about how you're gonna not die tomorrow in a goddamn tent city. Worry about how you're like not gonna work like drastically underhoused, living fucking 10 people in a 2-bedroom house, crushed together with permanent brain fog because you got COVID-19. Stop worrying about what the fuck these people are saying. You should look at your goddamn COVID numbers and get the fuck out. Get it with your mutual aid organization. Work on decolonizing and decapitalizing and fucking demilitarizing your goddamn brain. Don't worry about what they're saying. You're all gonna fucking suffer. I keep saying this, but Americans are too busy like staring at their goddamn Twitter because Jack Dorsey can make your it's like Cyberpunk 2077. It's just like Twitter is a giant distraction machine while they steal from you blind and then leave you dead. You should not worry about that too much. You know, I do bring it up because it is dangerous and it is a new direction, but the threat is not, again, that's why I'm focusing on the threat is not Donald Trump is just he's just a tiny little fucking pimple on a dying body of the United States that's full of stage 4 metastasized cancer. You should worry about the cancer. Don't worry about the blemish on your face. I mean, your Twitch subscribers will forgive you that one pimple, but the neocytes that are metastasizing and filling your pancreas, your kneecap, your legs, your heart, your brain, and forming massive tumors, they're not gonna go away. You know, the pimple on your Donald Trump pimple on your face, that's gonna go away. He's going away. He's been popped. There's a little bit of pus coming out. You know, the pus is 1,000 cis white dudes who are mediocre at running businesses, exploiting black and brown labor, running around in fucking Viking hats, and they're dangerous people. But I mean, thank God it's just a little fucking mediocre cis white bullshit, right? Now that's it's popped. Now you know what's not gonna pop is the water under that you're drinking, your sewage system, your entire hospital system, your medical system, your streets, your roads, your ability to afford housing, the police in your area that will fucking kill you or throw you out of your house if you're too black, brown, or poor. Your wildfire that's gonna burn the rest of the United States to a crisp this year. That's what you should be worrying about. You should be worrying about that and what you're gonna do about that. Don't worry about like what the don't worry too much about this guy. Jack, you should worry about the people that are that own the people that made all the money from Donald Trump. That you should worry about those people probably a bit. You should worry about the fact that they are empowering a lot of the white supremacy and the right-wing people that do send death threats, dox, do all these attacks. That is a problem. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's like you got bigger, you know. And I'm only saying this because I have friends and family that live in the continental United States, and they're acting like this. A lot of them just act like, oh, you know, this is just how it is. You know, everybody just dies, gets sick. It's just a normal thing. It's a normal thing. Everybody just gets sick and dies from COVID-19. No. Gets sick and dies. We all just live, you know, in our cars, and then try to dodge the fascists coming by, stealing Wi-Fi from the Starbucks so that we can take our one college class that we can afford, because we can't afford to be even part-time college students. That's not normal. Yeah, no, the US has now, let me look at that again. The US has now 370,000 deaths. You got like 4,000 a day the last 2 days. That's like, you got 10,000 in the last 3 days. The numbers are accelerating. People are taking the shot. The shot doesn't, if you get a COVID vaccine, remember, it doesn't kick in for 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, I think, for weeks after the second shot. So people are getting the shot and then they're going on partying and taking their mask off. So more people are gonna die. The COVID, it is good. It's a good thing. I mean, one bit of competence is at least 3 million people in one day. I think 3 million, 3.5 million got a shot in one day in the United States, which is better than what it was before. I was a little worried, like in December. I was like, I said, if you're doing 4 million in a month, by the time the virus mutates, by the time you vaccinate everybody 3 months later, the thing mutates, the antibodies were off. Whoever got vaccinated, it was a complete waste of fucking time, because the next strain and the worn off antibodies are letting in a whole nother plague in and killing everyone. It's just like it was like a waste of the entire. And also, if you don't get the second shot, this is also should be brought up. If you don't get the second shot, the effects of the vaccine don't work. So you got to make sure you go get the second one. But that is a good thing that there were more people who are vaccinated. At the same time, it's only the frontline workers and then the elderly that are getting it right now. You still have you know, months of, and even Dr. Fauci, I said that you got to keep wearing a mask, you got to keep social distancing, you got to keep taking these precautions, because you're going to have months of sickness, disease, and deaths as the shots are administered and as they keep taking into effect, right? So that's why you got 4,000 today. If COVID-19 is dealt with, that's just one of like 35,000 problems that America has to still deal with. You still got all these existential crises. The climate is really, in America, I mean, climate is a global issue, but in America, specifically, you've got the homelessness, the inequality, but that has a knock-on impact on all the other things, right? America is being turned into a landfill, like I've said. Like Neofeud, the game, the picture of a floating palace above just a goddamn like landfill, literal landfill, crossed with the worst third world hellscape, crossed with like a freaking the shittiest slum in Oakland or in Mexico. The favelas of Brazil. What I modeled it on was the favelization of the worst parts of the shadow cities of India, Brazil, and parts of Mexico. That's what the Neofeud sprawl, that the slum sprawl is modeled on. You're turning into that right now. That's what you got to worry about, is like, what are you going to do to stop yourself from being reduced to a dying neo-feudal peasant, peon, non-human in that shithole, right? Even if COVID-19 is dealt with, you're still heading into that direction. COVID-19 has only accelerated the rate at which you're heading into neo-feudalism, like actual Neofeud, not as a hyperbole, and Neofeud as a kind of cautionary tale, because Neofeud is still cautionary tale. You're not literally the Twitter CEO, Elon Musk, and the billionaires and the corporate executives are not literally hovering above you off the Earth, right? Or on Mars or in space. They're not above you, right? Hovering above you, not having to breathe your air, drink your water, with zero even ability for you to do anything about it. Like, you still, they don't even need your work anymore, because AI and automation have like kicked out like the vast, like 60-80% of all workers are all just like completely obsolete. So you don't even have the AI robotics to the degree of complete obsolescence of your ability to use the general strike as a tactic. You still have a lot of advantages at this right now, right? And America has to figure out, the United States has to figure out, how are you going to, and a lot of the rest of the world too, particularly the Western neoliberal capitalist world, you have to figure out how are you going to stop getting to neofeudalism. Whether you get the shot or not today, next week, next month, if COVID-19, if COVID-19, I still think America will never really deal with COVID-19. There's going to be mutations, and the America's hospital system and its medical system are not going to lose. They're not going to, again, like Dorsey and John, like Twitter and Donald Trump. They're not going to lose money if reducing the suffering and the pain and impoverishment of people, which is what Donald Trump has done. All these things, right? If it's a choice between doing the thing that stops racism, suffering, exploitation, leading America in a bad direction and hurting Americans, right? If it's a choice between that and making money, they're going to make money every time. The hospital system doesn't have a vested interest in giving you healthcare on COVID-19, getting better. No, it doesn't have any. It made United Health Group, the biggest healthcare companies, United Health Group, Cigna, Aetna, they made twice the profit that they were projected in 2020 with COVID killing people, mass infecting people, causing 1 in 5 people to have a permanent brain damage, including brain fog. So you like finishing sentences and writing YouTube comments that are coherent and cogent. Don't get COVID. 1 in 5 people will get some kind of brain fog, dementia, bipolar, psychosis, anything that were already at risk for because of hereditary or just other risk factors. You have like 2 to 3 times more likely to get it right after COVID because of the blood damage and micro aneurysms and micro and macro blood clotting that happens that destroys parts of your brain, body, liver, heart, and lungs, and will have knock-on effects and deaths that will not go recorded. It's much worse than any fucking flu. The knock-on deaths are not even close. So to what is the actual deaths from COVID are not even close to what is actually reported. Because I have family and friends that got heart attacks or strokes all of a sudden, and they were like not even. It was like the number of sudden strokes, heart attacks, and basically caused by sudden blood clots has like skyrocketed, and the number of those people that have died. If you look at the excess deaths compared to an average year, it is like at least 100,000 or more greater than the actual COVID related deaths, right? So anyways, but long story, the important thing is that is not going to be dealt with. Whatever happens to the ban of Donald Trump, whatever happens to Twitter's policies, whatever happens to these corporations, whatever happens to whoever takes office in the 20th, whoever becomes the next president of the United States, whatever. Nothing fundamentally about the United States, white supremacist, capitalist, imperial, military industrial complex. It's capital, it's corporations, it's pharmaceutical corporations, it's military corporations, it's social media corporations, it's surveillance capitalism. Nothing has changed. It's the same neo-feudal barbarism. Whether he is in or out, nothing has fundamentally changed. Some people will think that Twitter is good now and clap. Liberals will do that. Some people, and they'll give Jack Dorsey a big hug. Maybe he'll become the next Jack Dorsey. I'll predict this. Jack Dorsey will make another $10 billion and start to rival Elon Musk if he gets celebrated as a beacon of fighting fascism because of benefiting from fascism to billions of dollars and causing and participating in suffering and death of millions of people because of the fascism that he propagated. If he gets rebuilt, but Elon Musk didn't build shit, but he gets celebrated as the goddamn inventor of like everything from solar power to space travel itself. You didn't do fucking all. It doesn't matter. But he serves a purpose of airbrushing the image of America, of capitalism as a functioning system. So if Jack Dorsey gets lauded like on the New York Times, CNN, MSNBC, and Fox as a beacon of hope for America dealing with its right-wing extremism and its racism, and he goes on a bunch of talk shows and goes on a bunch of podcasts, and Jack could make 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 Jack Dorsey could make $100 billion in a week, because neo-feudalism is not capitalism anymore. Remember, it's quantitative easing, infinity, central bank printed money just being dumped into the pocket of whoever blows up the most of the economy and cannibalizes itself fast enough while airbrushing capitalism and making it look like it's the salvation of the human race and planet Earth, right? So if Jack makes himself look really great while continuing to be terrible, he'll make more money. If Elon Musk crashes more rockets than he actually launches, he'll make more money. Just like if Boeing Airlines crashes more planes and kills another 300 people in another 10 airplane crashes, like in Ethiopia and then in Asia, right, with its 730. If it crashes more planes, it gets more bonuses. That's the logic of Neofeudalism. Kill more people, blow up more planes, make more, give less electricity to California in the middle of a wildfire, black out all of California like PG&E did, causing distress and death and suffering as people can't even get emergency information because the entire area codes of California have no electricity. Deny people electricity. Take 12 times more money than it costs to get a gallon of oil out of the ground with fracking and hydraulic pressurized destruction of basaltic rock, injecting radon, carbon, tar, and all kind of lead and 12,000 other chemicals that the EPA doesn't care about or wish to know about into the drinking water of disproportionately poor black and brown communities, and losing money when oil is $120 a barrel. You get another $100 billion worth of subsidies and investment from the central bank that prints infinite amounts of money and just throws it at you for losing money. So the more money you lose, the more money you make. Tesla was not even profitable until this year. And yes, I mean, I'm sure electric cars are doing better, but another interesting thing is in Europe and in Asia, they have their own electric car companies that are actually, like, I read an article that was in, I forget which country it was, but they have another electric car that's coming up online in Europe, and it's displacing Tesla. Like the engineers working for Tesla doing good work, the automotive designers, the electricians and software coders that are designing the systems that manage the shifting and gearing ratios in the electric motors. These are people doing good work. I mean, it's great. The people working on the battery technology, including Bolivians, they're doing good work. That's fine. But this fucking clown going around putting I'm red pilled now MRA when his fucking wife Grimes is giving birth, calling his children United States military industrial complex death machines like SR-71 and whatever the fuck he called his fucking child. That guy's not worth $185 billion. I'm sorry. No, he's not worth that shit. And the Tesla company is not worth what it says it is. It's not worth every other car company from Toyota, Ford, GM, Lexus, Saab. It's not worth every other car company combined. I'm sorry. Even in the future, just like Boeing isn't worth what its stock price is. The entire like 25 to 30, potentially it's going up. It's moving towards 50% of all the Forbes 500 and all of the S&P 500 biggest corporations in the world, headquartered in the United States, are zombie corporations, which means they can't afford to pay the interest on their debts. They don't make enough profit to pay the interest on their debts. But yet their stock price continues to skyrocket. Why? Because it's neofeudal capitalism. It's post. You have to come up with like new terminology. I don't know what it is. Michael Hudson and Giannis Varoufakis talk about this a lot, but Richard Wolff also brings this up a lot. But it's neofeudal post cap. I call it neofeudal post capitalism, right? Because it doesn't rely on the workers operating the means of production in a factory, a restaurant, an office, etc., producing goods, whether those are a butchery, meat, bakery, pies, candlestick makery, candlesticks, Boeing planes, automobiles, or whatever else the capitalist is producing in their factories, and selling those things for taking the wages and the cost of producing the product minus the revenue to get the profit. No, this is not how it functions. It means you can literally blow up the factory and make 10 times as much money you would have. You can make 10. This is the lesson of Elon Musk. It's a good example, like I brought up before. Elon Musk, the richest person on the face of planet Earth now, right? Elon, let me get his net worth. Elon, and I'll go look at the chat after I do this one. But Elon Musk, richest person on planet Earth. And he told his followers to use Signal, leading to 1,100% surge in unrelated stock with similar name. That's how the stock market works. It's just a bunch of shit posts in freedom of speech loving, fake democracy ass fucking white dudes just hot shit taking each other to trillionaire status. It's like literally what it is. Hey, get Signal, and then the Signal beer company, the Signal craft brewery that it was $10,000 of Patreon a month from some white dude communist pros around, investing, making IPAs with the hops and the actual brewing done by $3 an hour people of color. oh, let's call our company Signal, and if we have the insider information, we could get our stock, we could get our craft brewery that we used money pretending to be communists in the United States, and then we could have made went from 100,000 valuation to like 3 million if we just get Elon Musk to call to say use Signal. We just call our company whatever the fuck. There's some fucking futurely embarrassed crypto billionaire was like jumping in my takes like, Elon Musk is gonna save the world because we're gonna all like live in like good smart money with Elon. He's gonna help us all, become empowered entrepreneurs. It's like, no, you just smaller grifters. What are you talking about? Your Signal app is nothing. Also, Signal is an app a lot of people. I said a long time ago. I said like there's no safe application. You're using it on a phone whose hardware is not made by it's not made by the socialist Republic of Cuba phone. It's not a commune-made fucking phone. The phone, the internet, the wires in which everything is transmitted, nothing is safe. No communication you do is safe in any electric device in the United States and in the West, and probably anywhere. But definitely anything made by a giant capitalist corporation, again, they will out you to whatever law enforcement agency, military, government, corporation, just irritating ad. This is why cyberpunk is just full of like irritating ads. It's because that's a white dude problem. It's, oh my goodness, the corporation's gonna spy on me and it's gonna try to sell me like another $10,000 gold-plated Oculus Rift. Or PS6. Oh my god, I don't want to get marketed PS6. Black Lives Matter and leftists and people of color and the actual activists actually doing the cyberpunk, they're like, I hope I don't fucking go to prison for the rest of my life or get murdered by the SWAT cops that kick in my door and shoot me in the face with not less than lethal rounds, but like, full metal jackets. But white dudes are like, oh my god, I might get ad marketing to me. Let me make some fucking app that will stop me getting marketed to. I don't want my private information being taken. Elon Musk, but Signal is, Signal is being like getting the blessing of the United States government. And I just said, what is the United States government, right? It's the richest, most sociopathic, evil corporations and billionaires on the face of Earth. That's what the U.S. government is. So the U.S. government is like, we are going to be bringing Signal in as part of our assortment of tools, and we're going to support it. That's not what you want to hear. So if you're using it, just be aware, Elon Musk is going to be DMCAing you all. Like this encrypted message between the IWW chapter in St. Louis and the Socialist Party of DSA Illinois DMCA'd for using this Baby Yoda with a guillotine meme and with Elon Musk picture in it. You get DMCA in the middle of your encrypted communication. That's gonna be a lot of fun. You're like, what? Why? Like, how did I get DMCA'd in the middle of an encrypted communication in like my ad hoc mesh network? What the? Oh, that's right. We don't have any. Elon Musk getting to Mars. Okay, I'm gonna take a little break, and I can come back. I gotta take a little break, but. Again, the important thing is that what has happened this week does not alter, I believe. I could be wrong. Obviously, I don't pretend to be a god. I say repeatedly, I do not have a crystal ball. This is why capitalism loves to project onto individuals like William Gibson or Elon Musk a clairvoyant status, because clairvoyance ultimately means max profitability. If you know what the future is going to happen, if you know what's going to happen in the future, right, you can rig the horse races, the stock market, and everything else, right? So clairvoyance, futurologists and science fiction writers are routinely like weaponized and given hundreds of thousands of dollars to sit around for like a week sweat lodge with ayahuasca and talk to fucking hedge fund managers about whether AI is going to surpass X and Y and Z, and what would quantum entanglement and quantum computing mean, and we're trying to get ahead of us. And then science fiction writers can go, oh shit, I gotta pay for one of my 3 timeshares that I have in Vancouver and going to the next fucking VR demo in the Tech E3 or some shit. And how am I gonna pay for that? I know, I'll just say some bullshit to a bunch of billionaires because I'm a science fiction writer. And then they'll give me $150,000 for 1 hour of labor. Douglas Rushkoff, this literally happened to him. Not just him, lots of other science fiction writers. And so clairvoyance is given a premium. Elon Musk he has a literal crystal ball in his head, like in his big, smooth, genius brain, like his Galaxy Brain S9 that's in his head, right? He's got a literal crystal ball and a uplink to 2077 that he has installed through his Neuralink that he put in his own brain, right? And so when he says things like, in February of 2020, America will be at 0 COVID cases by April, right? That's where he got that message from. Now, maybe he was in the wrong stuff. Maybe it was a multiverse problem, and he got it from the universe in which America isn't a collapsing white supremacist capitalist shithole empire. Right? Maybe that's where that has a universal healthcare system and not a universal death care system. Maybe Elon Musk like tapped into the wrong multiverse. And so April in the United States in 2020 looked really good. Maybe that's what the problem was. I don't know. But long story short, jokes aside, I'm not, I say Neofeud is and Terminus Machina, right? The science fiction and dystopian cyberpunk and science fiction that I create is not really me looking into the future. I mean, technically it is, right? It is. Obviously, it's an imagined future, but it is, I call it, it's not really science fiction about the future. It's stylized journalism of the present with futuristic characteristics. With it's Iraq crossed. It's the worst parts of Iraq, the Gaza Strip, everything I've talked about. The teachers that have to pay for their own substitute so that they can go and get chemotherapy that they can't afford while living in a cardboard box in San Francisco, crossed with the shadow cities, the slums, the favelas of Brazil, South Africa. And then just what if we have the drone strikes and the bombings of innocent people in Iraq and Afghanistan, and the starvation and the typhus and cholera that is plaguing Gaza with the backing of the United States and its allies in the Middle East, and then we just have that all inside of San Francisco, right? It's just. But nobody's gonna read and nobody cares about brown people in the world that unless they're like, I don't know, P. Diddy or fucking LeBron or Kanye or some dancing monkeys. Like that's the term that white people in America use for them. They definitely, the people in the White House, the family reunion White House use that. But that's what black and brown people are. They're just entertainment for rich white people and white people generally, white colonizers, settlers. And so, but what if people, they might actually listen if I make what happens in Iraq and Afghanistan and South America and Africa about happening to people in San Francisco. Some of them white, some of them non-white. And that was Terminus Machina. I was like, it's journalism. It's actually about the rest of the world, which is all America, because America is a 7 billion person slave plantation with genocide and slavery backed self-annihilation for profit of a handful of people so they can go to Mars and reproduce the shithole planet that's going to be a toxic husk covered in the skulls of the poor, smashed by fucking the last fascist skull before he falls over dead from COVID-19. And so what would happen if I took all of that and they smashed it together? Maybe some fucking mediocre, or maybe some white programmers at Amazon, Google, Facebook, Instagram who love playing cyberpunk, and DoD programmers working on the fucking guidance systems for bombs that are going to blow up innocent children, making six figures to work on the guidance systems that are going to go blow up innocent children in Yemen. Maybe those cyberpunk weapons manufacturer enablers that are coders, they're lawyers, they're real estate agents, they are marketers, they do D&D podcasts sometimes, they play a lot of Shadowrun and Cyberpunk 2020 on the weekends, they play TTRPGs. Maybe if I make a game that actually addresses what they are doing in the reality, and I set it in San Francisco instead of in Iraq or somewhere like that where they don't give a shit. All we do is play Call of Duty and murder brown people there and take all their oil. Oh, I'm sorry. We just have a good time shooting a bunch of people in a non-white country. We just have a good time just playing first-person shooter. It's just a video game, no politics. But if I took all of that and I put it in San Francisco or in America, and then I wrap it in a thick layer of satire and comedy and humor, maybe that's stylized journalism about the world with futuristic, with robot arms and anthropomorphic, sentient, semi-sentient robotic enforcers and drone strikes and and bioengineering, all this cool now this future sense of wonder bullshit in San Francisco. If I put that all together, maybe then some of the Amazon programmers, Google Plays have unionized, so I mean that's a good thing. I mean, good job. Now you're all gonna get fired, but I mean it's better than them not unionizing. because Google is a giant union-busting fucking capitalist Death Star in itself. And so, but now I hope that some of those people who work there, right, who are in positions of power, not the guarantee that they're gonna come over to the left necessarily, but it can help. You know, if they go, you know what, I don't want to participate in doing Amazon Web Services work. If Amazon Web Services is gonna be locking up Hispanic people for ICE, if it's gonna be supporting the bombings of all these countries, right, that happen, it's gonna support the prison industrial complex, it's gonna support the murdering of George Floyd's and Breonna Taylor's. I don't want to support it, you know. And so and they have a lot of power because they do manage a lot of the infrastructure of the United States government, which is the biggest giant capitalist corporation on the planet. So that's kind of like with Neofeud and Terminus Machina, like a lot of the strategy of what I do at SSLive Games is trying to encapsulate the horrors of the real world in a way that is with a spoonful of sugar, which is the cyberpunk kind of candy coating on the outside, and and hopefully it's entertaining and funny and makes you laugh and cry and think in its own right. Neofeud, my cyberpunk adventure game, and Terminus Machina. I hope that they are entertaining and fun to play in their own right. And if they're not, I mean, then I haven't done a good job either, right? It's not just a dissertation, right? It's not just a Pulitzer Prize winning attempt by SSLive Games. I'm joking, but but it has to be entertaining, it has to be fun, it has to be engaging, it has to have drama and characters and world building and be interesting, right? But it's also about this that I'm talking about on the stream, right? But ultimately, by the end of it, maybe you take that away, maybe you don't, maybe you just entertain, which is fine. But that's what we're, I mean, this is kind of going to a part about entertainment and media and the industry, and I don't feel like we really have, for the United States and for much of the world, we don't we don't really have a lot of, it would be great to have the luxury of just being able to paint fluffy kitties or whatever, escapist, whatever, and it's fine to escape sometimes, and I do that too, right? But I feel like I have a responsibility to create art and games and media and movies and TV shows, and I think other people do too, that do try to address these topics, which are very difficult to address and get through to many people. If you just tell it to their face, they're not going to hear it. If you tell that Amazon programmer these things while they're kind of still a liberal, reactionary, entrepreneurialism of Silicon Valley is going to save us all, and they believe deeply in America, what it stands for, and you just tell these things to their face. No, it's a white supremacist capitalist shithole empire that's going to blow the whole world up. I know they're going to be like, fuck you. What are you talking about? Crazy leftists. But, so you got to encapsulate it in all this other cyberpunk. And so, on that note, here's a trailer for Neofeud. And I'll be right back.
The Illuminati created us. They wanted to build a god with their own hands, and instead they created us.
Just because I'm made of silicone and aluminium, I must be doing something wrong. That's machine stereotyping, that is.
That's reality, that is. Machines are second-class citizens.
Humans are sentient persons by default, ma'am. They have personhood by heredity.
There are thousands upon thousands of overqualified slum dwellers. You are my peon. Don't you get it?
This wasn't a job. It was always just an excommunication sentence.
We're pawns in a feud bigger than we can imagine. Turn the cogs of the machine before Leviathan grinds you up and swallows you and yours.
We don't get to choose our hand, comrade. Prince, peon, rich, poor, human, robot.
I invented the crux of the royal's power, the secret to consciousness, our existence itself, the meaning of life.
I'm the $6 billion baller. Not some troubled youth.
You are my greatest creation of all.
I had to build my own family. I hate your son. I hate your son.
Anyways, so that game is already out. That's an old trailer, but yeah, that is a game. I did the art, music, writing, and programming on Neofeud. It is a game that is out on Steam and itch.io. And about half the voice acting. It's basically I did it as a one-person dev. Yeah, everything, all sales of that game do go to support what we do here at SilverSpook. Worker-owned cooperative, where there are no bosses and there are no exploitation of the workers. Everybody gets an exactly fair cut of whatever they put into it. And we also have the SilverSpook commune, where we are going to be pretty soon, I think, having a new member showing up and is going to be working with us. So at that point, I'm looking to have somebody else help me with Neofeud too. So at that point, I won't be a one person working on it. It'll be myself and somebody else working on it. And I want to explain, like, just briefly about how that works. So when I say SilverSpook Games is not a capitalist company or capitalist business, what I mean is that the private owners, right, do not take a disproportionate. The organization of the government of SilverSpook Games, right? How to produce, what to produce, where to produce, what to do with the profit, is not made by the owners of capital. Like in a capitalist corporation, you have the major shareholders, which are disproportionately millionaires and billionaires. 80% of the shares are owned by like a handful of people in the United States, as an example, and I think in the international markets as well. And the shareholders elect the board of directors. And the board of directors in turn choose the chief executive officer, chief technology officer, information officer, all the C-suite basically, who then dictate in a dictatorship, in a plutocracy, by the power flows from money, right, through them, who are doing what, seeking to make as much money as they possibly can. They order, right, like in your workplace, right? The boss at McDonald's, Walmart, whatever, tells you what to do, when to do it, how to do it. I want you to flip this burger from this time to this time, and then you're going to do X, Y, and Z. And if you don't, you're fired, and I'll get someone else, and are disproportionately empowered compared to the workers. Unless, of course, if the workers have a union, they can push back some, but it's the structure of a corporation is fundamentally exploitative. The richest people get the disproportionate amount of wealth without really doing anything, like Elon Musk. And so SilverSpook Games is a worker-owned cooperative, which means that the owners of the company are not the richest people in, or a single private individual for non-incorporated, 501c4. I can't remember the exact designation in the legal, in the laws of the United States. But you at the SilverSpook cooperative, everybody who works on the game, now it's not perfect because people come in and leave, and people have different life situations, but the goal always is to be as equitable and democratic as possible. So people who have worked on Neofeud 1, for example, if you put the number of hours you put in, you get exactly the amount of, like, unlike Elon Musk's statement about how the amount that you receive. Let me get, I got DMCA'd off of Twitter. I got literally censored off of Twitter for just uploading an image of what Elon Musk has said. Elon Musk said, this is his exact tweet. Where the fuck is it? Maybe he deleted it from Google. Oh, because Elon can buy scrubbing of Google too. That makes sense. Google, Facebook, Twitter. You are paid in direct proportion to the difficulty of the problems you solve. Elon Musk. That's his literal quote. I can give it. That's right here. You are paid in direct proportion. I think he's deleted this tweet, so you might not find it. You are paid in direct proportion to the difficulty of the problems you solve. Now, determining difficulty of problems is like, I don't. It's probably been. Let me see. Has it been taken down? Oh yeah, somebody just. If you have the image of that quote from his Twitter, it's DMCA'd off the internet. So you have to actually state it, otherwise you get it deleted. Because that's the censorship. That's the real censorship. That's the real free speech stopping. But anyways, at SilverSpook Games, Elon Musk is not paid $185 billion because he solves super difficult problems. He doesn't solve problems. He actually causes more problems for his own engineers, scientists, aviation specialists, and literal rocket scientists, post-Newtonian calculus mathematicians at SpaceX. He causes problems for them. They have said this. He busts unions, but he has the money, so they have to bow down to the king, who does nothing but cause problems for them and be a fucking ass clown. and post MRA and red pill men going their own way bullshit in the middle of his children's birth. But anyway, but at Cyberspook Games, you are paid. The people, so they're not paid. The people, if you work, the way I've set it up is if you have worked on Neofeud 1, the percentage of the work that you've done, and I don't say, okay, well, Cyberspook, I am better at writing. I am like a literal William Gibson ghostwriter. It is like you couldn't tell the difference. And so because I'm so good at writing games, or I am a genius programmer. I have like 175 million IQ, and because I'm so smart at programming, I can code like I could code my way out of a locked box like a Houdini trick. That's how good I am at coding. I could literally cause the atoms of metal to malfunction by coding their nucleus and the weak nuclear forces to dissipate. That's how good I am at coding. And because I'm so good at solving problems, I should make 10,000 an hour. And you, random artist, or you, random voice actor working on Neofeud, because, well, it was only voice actors basically, but you, voice actor, because you are just a lowly voice actor and you don't solve any problems. You're just some artist, who cares, right? Because that's also chauvinistic and patronizing and a lot of toxic ass bullshit. But because you're not solving hard problems and your work is not that valuable, you're gonna get $8 an hour. Voice actor, no. Whatever work I put into it, and anybody who voice acted on it, and anybody or even QA testing, just testing QA people. I had one person did a very good job QA testing on Neofeud. Continues to get a percentage of all the revenue that comes in. So if Neofeud makes $10,000 in a year, and the total hours put in, right? Because I put 3 years of my life: art, music, writing, programming, half the voice acting, right? It's a vast majority of the work, right? It's 8 hours a day for 3 years, basically, and weekends sometimes. But no, I don't do crunch. It's not crunch. But I don't overwork myself. I don't want to say that because that's toxic to bring up. But for all the people who are still working in this industry, but whatever hours I put into the game, if I put in 3,000 and you put in, like, let's say, okay, so if I put in 3,000. And then somebody put in. I'm actually being generous. I'm giving people sometimes a little bit more than what they're putting in, but that's fine. I don't, it doesn't really matter. I don't have the exact number, but it's over 1,000, right? Let's just say I put 1,000 hours in. So I put 1,000 hours in, and somebody else put 100 hours in, right? That's 10%. No, it's like 3,000 is pretty close, yeah. So I put 3,000 in, and somebody else put 30 hours in, right, to do the voice acting, like to read the script, to go through all the lines, to practice saying the word, to practice saying the Clinton Bush multiplanetary conglomerate and the Gates Walton military industrial complex. And it's a lot of hard words to say, and then you got to act it. You got to build the character of the hippie Terminator, and so. The labor that they went into making the character, recording the lines, re-recording the line. I said, okay, you said this word wrong. You got to re-record that line. Okay, I need you to say this one more time, but put your hand close to your face and stronger, more intensity. That's a random lost in translation reference, but I'm like directing the voice actors, and then they have to go back and re-record some lines. So it's like it's about 30 hours, 40 hours. So you did like 1% of the labor. If there was 3,000 altogether, you did 30 hours. It's about 1%, right? 100 times 30, 3,000. So you get 1% of all the revenue from Neofeud. So if Neofeud makes $10,000 in a year, you get 1% of that. That's $100, right? If Neofeud makes $20,000, you get $200. If Neofeud makes $100,000, you get $1,000, right? So that way, like, no matter how much money the game makes, everybody is not paid by proportionally to how much. That's not. Elon Musk is wrong. You're not paid by the difficulty of problems you solve. That is like an intractable, like. Not even really identifiable problem or solution, right? Like, how do you identify the difficulty of a problem, and how, and whether you're solving it? That's just bullshit. That's a bunch of bullshit. But anyways, that's some fucking Twitter. That's some Twitter cis white dude, American nonsense to make a $185 billion doing nothing, but shit posting, like Donald Trump. But become president and become the richest man in the world. That's what Twitter's good for. But anyways, so when you get but in capitalism, you are making the chief executive officer, the stockholders, and who are disproportionately already millionaires and billionaires, right? It's literally Neofeudalism because it's a throne built on stacks of $100 bills. It's a throne of money, right? They get to tell everybody else what to do because why? Because they have controlling shares in GM, Tesla, the Vanderbilt company in the 1800s, right? Carnegie's company, whatever it is, right? I get to tell everybody what to do as the boss, as the executive, as an aristocracy and oligarchy of shareholders, millionaires and billionaires who control, billions of dollars worth of stock, right? Elon has 185 billion of Tesla or some combination of stocks, right? Because I have so much money, I get to tell everybody what to do, right? And the CEO is just like the Lord. He is the knight or the Lord, the understudy of the richer people than him, who will one day hope to become himself a neo-feudal king, a neo-feudal lord, a neo-feudal royalty, right? And so when you work at McDonald's, at Walmart, at Exxon, at Twitter, whether you're a programmer at Lockheed Martin or you're a Twitter algorithm checker, you're a QA at EA Games or at CD Projekt Red, whatever you're doing at a capitalist corporation, you are disproportionate amounts of your serf work is going up to people who haven't done anything but had money before you. It's a throne of money, literally, right? And whereas at Silver Spoon Games, anything that you do, you get exactly how much money you get a revenue, a share of the wealth based on how much you've put in. Now, ideally, I have more like longer term. Like there's different ways to structure it to be. You ever work on a cooperative that's actually like permanent members, like Holly and I. Well, Holly and I are permanent members, and we do share. Like the wealth is distributed. We don't have. I mean, we're also married. We're a mom and pop store, right? And so things are shared in the way that it is a family, but it's also a partnership between us. It's a worker-owned cooperative, where we're both worker owners, right? And so and like something happens to me, the kids and the Holly and the if Neofeud sells some more money, sells some more copies, then we will all continue to share in that wealth. However long people keep buying the video game, right? And if other people are involved if other people join that to different degrees, right? And really, it's like, well, you know what? I want to work on this game for 3 years. Okay, well, all right, then you're gonna get exactly what you put into it, and we'll work on it. We'll discuss what we're gonna make, what we're gonna produce, how we're gonna produce, where we produce it, right? With obviously, like if you're a coder and you really know the code, then you have there's a limited temporary meritocratic kind of hierarchy, which is like, okay, we should listen to the coder tell us how to program AI systems that don't crash, right? I mean, well, I'm an artist. I want to be able to check the code and say, well, we should code it this way. I mean, do you want the game to function? Let the AI code. You're trained in art. You're gonna do art. You're a graphic design. You're gonna do the 3D and you're gonna do the 3D textures for our cyberpunk robotic limbs. That's great. But I mean, like, let's. I mean, for our own good collectively, let's let the person who has the expertise make the decisions about that. Now, when it comes to the share of profit, right? The coder can go, well, because I did the AI programming, I should get 10 times more. I should get $100 an hour. You should get 10. That has to be worked out. That's not democratically. That's not mutually respectful and equitable relationship. I think, right? Now you could discuss, well, because I have seniority in this, but that's a discussion that has to happen between the people in the business, which is, again, so that's the difference. Anyway, I'm going on a long kind of discussion of this, and there's no really perfect way to set these things up. There's always going to be potential for things not working the way that they should, miscommunication. People are imperfect. It's going to be imperfect, but the goal and the direction of Silver Spoon Games is to have a non-capitalist, cooperatively run, I'll call it socialistically managed, non-governmental. It's not private capitalist, but it is a non-governmental production arrangement, or whatever you want to call it. Business has its own connotations, but that's what it is. Ultimately, that's why America is where it is because its relationships are fundamentally oppressive, unequal. You have everybody created equal and freedom of speech, but when you have everybody vastly inequitably in unequal in terms of money and wealth by speech, then you don't have freedom of speech or equality either, right? So that's the paradox of the United States. That's Neofeudalism. It's like, you don't have speech, you don't have right to life, liberty, property, or speech if you don't have wealth. Like, oh, you don't have money? Well, go fucking be homeless and die. Go. You don't have $70,000 for this COVID bill? Go fuck yourself and die. Oh, you don't have you don't have money to buy the DMCA off of you? You don't have the lawyers? Oh, I'm sorry. Well, shut the fuck up and never speak again on the internet because some rich asshole doesn't like what you said. You don't have any freedom without money. Money under the United States and it's laissez-faire, free market capitalism, with no regulation whatsoever, and no ability for the government to regulate it, means you're living under the dictatorship of it's a plutocracy governed by the richest, right? And so that's what Silver Spoon Games is trying. I mean, obviously we're not going to solve the world's problems by having us working together this way, but I hope that more people, wherever you work, if you work at a corporation that is a tyranny of the plutocracy, of the richest, of the major millionaire and billionaire shareholders that own your company, I'm sorry, that's who you work for, or even if you're a it's a smaller 10-person business, the private capitalist that is paying you and the profit is always stealing your labor value. Profit is the difference between what you say I'm going to never going to get paid less than what I'm worth. You are always being paid less than what you're worth if you work for any capitalist corporation, because everything that you are being stolen from is what profit is. Profit is stealing the labor value from the worker to give to the person who had more money before you. And so anyway, so long story short, so if you work at one of those, you can work on unionizing. That can help to increase the power of the workers to bargain with, collective bargaining with the plutocracy, the government by the wealth, but ultimately breaking that entire form of organizing of work, which is the corporation, is even better. So anyway, that's just a little discussion about what Silver Spoon Games is and what I mean when I say that, and also in context of Elon Musk saying that you're not prepaid in proportion to the amount of difficulty of the problems that you solve. Otherwise, Elon Musk engineers will be making more money than him. He doesn't the actual rocket scientists solve harder problems than Elon Musk could ever hope to solve. This fucking clown running on the back of an emerald mine fortune. Again, it's the same thing. Elon Musk is paid more money because he, under a plutocracy, he inherited emerald mine wealth on the backs of dead, killed, and exploited and enslaved African people in apartheid Africa, South Africa, right? And because he's being paid in direct proportion to his previous wealth, it's a winner-take-all game. You're paid in direct proportion to the money that you had before, how ruthless you are, and under Neofeudalism, how badly you can destroy and cannibalize actually existing productivity. It's a really fucking backward. See, capitalism is bad enough because it's just more stuff does get produced, right? Cars get produced, GM cars get produced, Boeing planes get produced under capitalism, right? Or something. Not necessarily for good uses, Boeing planes that go blow up children in Iraq, but things are being made, right? But under Neofeudalism, things are being destroyed, and then the rich are getting richer. So it's an implosive system. That's why Neofeud, the game, looks the way that it does. It doesn't have to be, but that's what it winds up being. It's because if I don't have to do anything but just be close to the central bank and get all the money that I want, well, then I'm not going to do shit. I'm just going to do nothing and then tweet about how I'm saving California by I'm saving California from from COVID-19 in the beginning of the pandemic by providing them with ventilators. Like Elon got like two ventilators that turned out to be sleep apnea machines. Did absolutely nothing. Doesn't help at all with COVID-19. But took a lot of credit for it and made a lot of money. So again, that's another example. Doing nothing, right? Neofeudal. It's all image and no actual cars or products or nothing. And then getting billions of dollars for that. He was like, and the Democrats and the Democrats and the corporations and all the CNBC and the pro-capitalist media, the financial media, they're like, oh my God, genius, so fucking genius, right? CNN, The Economist, New York Times, oh my God, this guy's fucking, Jesus Christ, his brain is so smart. He got 2 sleep apnea machines and saved everybody in Los Angeles from COVID-19. Wow, man, wow. So that's Neofeudalism, is like you can actually make nothing and then make billions. But anyways, so that's Silver Spoon Games. So at Silver Spoon, you do have to actually make something at Silver Spoon Games, right? You have to make some stuff, like some voice acting. It doesn't have to be like Academy Award winning, but you make some stuff, and then people get the stuff. The hopefully entertaining and edifying cyberpunk adventure games about why capitalism is a fucking shitty system and racism is fucked up, and what it's like to be homeless, living in a Mazda tribute, living underneath billionaires while they fucking lord it over you and take pictures with you to airbrush their image in Hawaii. So you have to do some stuff. Now, obviously, is not to say that like I think that you have to be a worker to be considered valuable rights. No, that wouldn't be Hawaiian. No, it's like if you have the ability to work, if you have the ability to work, like you're able-bodied and you can, even if you're not able-bodied, but you could be, you know, disabled or less than abled or whatever. Your legs don't work, but if your hands and your brain work, and you can work on coding or whatever you're doing, and then while you can work, and then when you get older, everybody will one day not be able to do work, and then the elders are in Hawaii. That's how it is. Again, this is like, I'm really going back to Silver Spoon Games is a really Kuleana, Aloha Aina, and Pono based game company. It's not really socialist and anarchist. That's kind of like, these are terms that are very young terms relative to indigenous Hawaiian and other cultures around the world. This is how they were. It's just, you take your kuleana, your responsibility to other people is, if you don't have the ability to work, the elders and children are fed first, are taken care of. It's just how we do it. We don't put our old grandparents in a care home and then forget about them because we're selfish fucking pricks, like in the United States. That's just the norm, right? Or like, I don't know, cough in everybody else's faces and not wear masks because we're selfish pricks. But that's the West. That's why everybody's dying from COVID-19 and the economy is exploding. And so, but if you have the ability to take care of, produce and work on things, you know, so that's why, like, I work now, but one day I know I won't be able to work, you know, but bodies are temporarily able, right? When you're little, you're not able to do a lot of things that adults can. Adults have the kuleana, right? People who have the ability, right? According to their ability, to each according to their need. The people who have the ability to do things and produce the things, and then the people that need the stuff that is produced, right? The kids get the food. They're learning. They get an education that they need, and then one day they'll have the education, and then they'll take care of us, right? That's the design of the entire system, right? As a community, as a family, as a worker-owned cooperative. These are not fundamentally different organizations, but that's the trick of the West and American capitalism and Western capitalism is there's business and personal, right? So over in business, we can go kill, murder, scheme, rip each other off, stab each other in the back, kill millions of people with COVID-19, bombs, drone strikes, rip off, steal the entire future from the millennials and Gen Z, and put it into the private segregated accounts, and put it in the Cayman Islands, and buy a bunch of Van Goghs and other dead white people's paintings and Damien Hirsts and stow it into Switzerland. That's what we do in business. And then in our home, we're good fathers. You know, we're just really good people. You know, Nancy Pelosi, I'm a good wife and mother. I'm not sure, but you know, I'm a good, in my family, in private, I'm a good person, right? But when I go to work, I do murder, death, pillaging, stealing, exploitation, death, racism, I code fucking drone strike, but when I come home, I'm a good person. So that's all that matters, right? But in Hawaiian culture, that's not a thing. You can't compartmentalize and like taking all the risk, which is what Wall Street does, takes all the risk and dumps it into nurses, firefighters, and teachers' pension funds, and then takes all the reward and gives it to Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and Bloomberg, right? You can't separate these things out. These have to all come. These are all together. And part of separating these things out in this kind of schizophrenic, multiple personality sort of way. Well, I'm one person in the workplace, and then I'm another person at home. Is part of why it's all screwed, right? And then when you do that, but America is as I said, the quintessential American characteristic is pathological lying, right? So the ability to go and be one person over there and another person over here is how capitalism functions. Because with feudalism, you can just be, well, I'm the king, fuck you all, do what I say, I'm gonna cut your head off. But with capitalism, you have to pretend like you care about other people and like there's freedom, equality, democracy, freedom of speech, First Amendment, right, and all this bullshit, while actually destroying all of that, right? That's why the founding fathers are the best at this. You can have slaves and be a rapist and talk about freedom and rights, right? And so pathological lying is really, and that's why America is where it's at, because it's so deeply fucking full of pathological liars, from small times to the big times, scams. Oh my god! Every time I turn around, I'm getting scammed by someone. It's because everybody's practicing to become Elon Musk, to be the biggest fucking scamsters in the world, pretending like they're saving it. Or Jeff Bezos, or Bill Gates. Bill Gates was recently also like one of those, I'm curing all these diseases and doing all these great things. I'm such a nice person. While actually investing in the military-industrial complex, benefiting from all the same The thing is, all these companies and all these billionaires are all co-invested in each other. They all benefit from these same systems, literally in their stocks, in their diversified portfolios managed by giant hedge funds and private equity firms in New York and fucking Greenwich, Connecticut. Whatever their ostensible business is, electric cars or space or planes, whatever they say that is making them the money, it's not what's making them the money. What's making them the money is the U.S. empire. and the genocide, slavery, death, and destruction factory, and literally they're co-invested. Bill Gates himself is co-invested in Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, Raytheon, through Berkshire. Just in one way is through Berkshire Hathaway, where he has like vast quantities of his assets, like 30%. That is diversified into all those funds, right? They're in the Sacklers, killing 700,000 Americans with oxy and fentanyl, right? And the Sacklers still have billions. They're in everything. They're tied up. And so and so part of undoing that is like getting away from the gaslighting and the pathological lying and just disgusting, just being a terrible person but pretending to be a nice person, right? That's why I don't bullshit you on the Silver Spook stream. It's just like quintessentially non-American what I do, right? It's like not pretend like I'm successful. We're not richer. That's why I say we need fucking money so we can keep existing. But we're not poor. We're not like as poor as we were, let's say on Oahu, where we're living in a van in a Mazda Tribute, eating spoonfuls of peanut butter for dinner, feeding my children frozen peas and carrots with ramen dumped in there, and having like ongoing food insecurity, or living next to a meth lab above a fucking highway in a 1-bedroom while working full time as a teacher, because that's what like it's not at that level, but it's still like we do need to like continue to have revenue so we can keep the lights on, keep people fed, keep the house from falling apart, stuff like this, right? I'm not gonna go, oh, hi, I'm Silver Spook Games, I'll tell you how to be a successful with this 12-step program that's $73 on Amazon. Buy my book that will teach you how to be a successful. Let me take a picture in front of the fucking mansion, or just Photoshop a mansion behind me. Here's a bunch of books, smart books that I read, or it's my grandparents' house who are rich boomers. Here's a Porsche that my grandparents have, but I'm gonna pretend it's mine. Here's me photoshopped into a plane flying into Bali, or going to the fucking Fire Festival. But that's what, even unfortunately, a lot of American millennial and Gen Z still have to like fake it till you don't make it and die in a homeless tent city of COVID. That's really sad. I feel bad for all the influencers and millennial and Gen Z. It's too bad, But that's how America is. It's a country of fucking fake it till you make it. It's literally a saying. Because that's what all America is. It's one giant scam, which is what all of capitalism is. One giant rip-off artist attempt of salty aristocrat relatives of the Windsors who wanted to be King George or wanted to be as powerful as him, and they're pissed off, and so they built their own throne of dollars and lies to become King George. And that's why the Disney movies are very American, because the American psyche is, I wish Jeff Bezos wishes that he could be as powerful as a king, with military, religious, spiritual, economic, and cultural power all consumed in, as Giannis once described, all agglomerated into all these spheres of power in one person, in the king. So Americans want to be that, right? But at the heart, they feel bad because they know they're just a bunch of fucking. To the British, there'll always be these upstart imposters, right? We are the real feudals, right? That's why Britain doesn't have Neofeudalism. Britain just has a resurgence of feudalism. It doesn't really have Neofeudalism. There always were feudal, and now that the monarch is just coming back. The monarchy is going. We can be the queen, and then we can just be the monarchists and imperialists again. Americans have always been the upstart feudalists, right? That had to build their fake little, this filthy merchants with their money. You're not real royalty unless you have blood, And the Americans like, fuck you, mom, Elizabeth, fuck you. I'm Jeff Bezos. I have a lot of money. It's like, yes, you have a lot of money, but do you have a crown? Do you have crown jewels? Do you have all these dossiers? Were you born into wealth? I built this empire, Bob. I did it all myself. Okay, I did it on the backs of black and brown people and exploited working class around the world and inside of the United States. But I did it, and that's the American like small person. That's the Napoleon complex of America. They're always going to be the smaller feudal. The neo-feudal British will always, they always look down. Even when the Americans are much richer and more powerful than the British, they always look down at the Americans and be like, oh, it's just a bunch of. It was just a riot in one of our colonies. That's what the Americans are for the British. And the Americans like, fuck you, I'm gonna make $1 trillion. I'm gonna go to Mars and colonize it and go to fucking all the moons of Jupiter and Saturn and turn all of the undersea alien dolphins into my sashimi in Europa, and then the vast methane oceans. I'm gonna kill them all and I'm gonna own it all. And the British will still be laughing as UK is just like a dying, like the rotten husk of Mordor with like, falling into the sea, the Thames is belching smog, and Britain is just falling over. But they'll have like a handful of like British royalty like sipping their tea, looking up through the last telescope that isn't shattered, as like the fucking Nazi bombs and the fash roving assless chaps, Mad Max gangs come for the British royalty sipping their fucking tea. Oh, look at those Americans in space with their money. At least we have our blood. You know, we have our actual divine right of kings and queens, and they die. And that would be really entertaining for the tardigrades that are orbiting Earth. That's a toxic fucking husk. Janusian, Janus the Roman god. Janus the Roman god, having or relating to the ability to conceive or use multiple antithetical or opposite thoughts simultaneously. Yeah, like Janus is like the two-faced god, right? Yeah, I mean that is kind of Janus is definitely not the spirit animal, because that would be cultural appropriation, but Janus is definitely one of the gods of the United States. That's for sure. That's like it is a key god, you know. The man behind the wizard, the small man behind the holographic green king of Emerald City, you know. That's America. America is just a small little man with a bag of money. I mean, no shade to people that are small, man. I don't want to height shame nobody. But I mean, small in terms of like their spirit, their qualities, their courage, their values, their virtues. America is a country of small men, small cis white men, disproportionately small people, small cowardly people. You know, holding a bag of money, hiding behind a Fortune 500 valuation. You know. That's what they've always been. Not that the British are any better. The British are but the British are like outwardly disgusting and outwardly in your face. I'm the king. I have gold. I have a crown. I have jewels. I have fucking scepters and shit. And you say anything, and I'll kill you. I'll have your head chopped off by the mountain at night. Somebody, because I am powerful and I am publicly powerful. They're also full of shit. They're also just small little mediocre losers, as well. Feudalism is just full of a bunch of inbred dynastic. Pompous white asshats, but they can publicly flaunt it in a way like that the capitalist neo-feudal shadow kings can. You know, that's why Neofeud is about when the kings take off their cufflinks, or the shadow capitalists take off their cufflinks and they put the crowns back on, the capes on. They go, I am powerful because, and I can tell you that I'm powerful, and your whole democracy, this democracy thing is a joke. And they start making shows called End of Democracy. The Republicans, actually 1/3 of Republicans had wanted to suspend presidential elections. So that was a British move, right? Why are we even bothering with this democracy? Let's just go back to feudalism. No more elections. No more elections. The king is the king because the king is the king is the king is the king is the king. And if you challenge that, I hope you have more people with swords and guns and bombs and shit, right? Let's just go back to feudalism, right? But the capitalist still has to pretend that you all are equal to me, right? That's Elon Musk. Elon Musk is like, I am wealthy because I solve problems of difficulty of such high difficulty. I solve such hard problems. I work so hard. I am so smart that I have earned this, right? But we're all equal. We all play equally, America is a democratic government where I pay taxes to this democratic government, and I am under the rule of law of the United States government in the country and I operate, and in any country in which my corporations operate. I just work that much harder, which is, you know, it's sick. It's more sickening, and it is destructive of the soul, heart, and the self-worth of the American, because they go, well, if Jeff has 180 and Elon has 185 billion, and I only have $400 in a credit card account, and I'm like negative $6,000 when you add up my already existing debt and my student debt. Oh my God, I don't want to even look at that. Then what am I? I am worth negative money. So that means I am so stupid. I am so worthless. I am so lazy. That's what it says about me if I'm not rich, right? So it's like, it's really, capitalism is really, yeah, I feel like it is definitely more hurtful for, like, it is more emotionally, psychologically hurtful and destructive to the minds of a lot of the people that aren't rich, right? Now, at the same time, it does give you more hope. You're like, well, one day I'll be a millionaire. I'm a temporary embarrassed millionaire, right? So it does give you this false hope that you can make it if you work hard enough, if you get smart enough, if you get skilled enough, you get the right degree, you get the right STEM degree, you know, which is all bullshit. It's all lies, right? Under the Janusian America. But I don't know, right? Which one is in feudalism? If you're a serf, I am Smith, the son of Smith, and my father was a smith. We pounded metal to make swords and armor, and that is what we do. And I am, you know, miller. We mill the grain. We are that which mills the grain. Your father's father before him was a miller, and you will be a miller as your father was. Under Lord, you know, Bancroft or Lord, you know, William or Lord, fucking beheader of his wives when he gets tired of them, or Lord whoever. The Lord is there. We are the serf. We are that which, we are of the land. We are that which works the land. We are that which, the miller, you know, the smith, the blacksmith. And that's who we are. That's who you're gonna be, son. Don't worry about trying to become rich and be greater than you are. You are who you are because you are born of me, son. You're Miller's son, right? You're Smith's son. You know, you're Jeffers' son. That's who you are. That's who you will always be. And your son after that will be the son of that son, and your daughter will be the daughter, you know, you know, same thing, you know. And this is how it is. And it is stable in that sense, right? Not really, but because famine, death, destruction, greed, all these and horrible exploitation that happens under serfdom. But the serfs don't aspire to, like, they don't feel bad about not being lords and kings because they didn't work hard enough. That's capitalism does tell you, though, if you don't work any harder, you're a loser, you're terrible, you're bad. But the serf will be, if the smith makes, you know, 2 swords today, and the dad made 2 swords yesterday, and the great grandfather made 2 swords. You made 2 swords, then you're a good smith, right? You made 2 swords. You went off and died when some rich white asshole, from powerful white asshole, said, "Go die for me because I want to take over that, I don't know, land and do a bunch of warlording, horrible, nasty, brutish, short life." Because feudalism it's a total shithole. Everybody's constantly at war. But as long as you know you went to war when the king said, you made enough swords, you're a good smith. Here's your allotment of rice, or here's your allotment of grain and mead and meat, and the Lord's gonna take vast chunks of it because it's still an unequal hierarchical bullshit system. But you don't feel bad about being oppressed piece of shit, treated like a piece of tissue paper as a serf. You don't feel like it's your fault. Right now, if you make 0 swords as a smith, and it's like, okay, son, it's been 2 weeks and you didn't make any swords, it's like, then you're gonna be like, no, you gotta work harder, son. That's 0 swords is unacceptable. How is the king gonna go and like fucking cut off the heads of all of his enemies and cause a life expectancy of 30 years old, literally murdering each other for no reason, dying of famine and plague and COVID-19 times 100, because Europe is just a giant warring, exploitative, psychopathic shithole. But it's okay. We all died by the age of 25, dying of starvation, famine, death. The Lord comes, takes our wife, and then rapes, and then takes away our family. And sometimes things happen. They kill our children because they feel like it. Roving gangs come by and kill us. But that's just life, you know. But at least you don't feel bad. Like, life sucks, but you don't feel bad. Like, it's not like your fault that your life sucks. Life sucks because this is Europe, and Europe is a fucking shithole. But it's not my fault. I mean, I'm just a smith. I'm just the janitor in the shithole. I'm scraping the shit in the shithole. It's not my fault that I'm not the lord of the shithole. You know? In America, you are in a shithole. And it's your fault that you are in the shit. You're in Philadelphia scraping the shit, having your water filled with sewage because you didn't work hard enough and you weren't smart enough. Even though most people in Philadelphia, I would actually wager that probably the average person in LA, Philadelphia, New York might actually be smarter than Elon Musk. Probably is, because he was just a mediocre dude who's coasted on his privilege his entire life. That's what his April prediction of COVID disappearing in April 2020 tells me. So the average person is probably smarter than Elon Musk. Works harder than Elon. Definitely works harder than Elon, but that fucker doesn't work a day in his life. He just stands around and gives talks in front of audiences of other rich white mediocre dudes at TED Talks, and then people fucking clap for him. You know, I know this because I've worked for a lot of these people. I've ghostwritten for these people. They don't work. They just sit around and like say whatever they want, and then people fucking applaud them for it because they throw money at their face, right? So I know for a fact that the average American works harder and is smarter than Elon Musk, right? But you still feel bad as an American, under the capitalist American system. You still feel bad for like not being as rich or even close, even 0.0001% as rich as him. You still feel bad for that, right? And so that's like insult. That's an insult to injury. Having more than one personality is a real mental situation, but I get your metaphor. Yeah. Also, I wanted to say that if you do have multiple personalities, that's not shade at you. I mean, that's I know many people that come in these streams and do have that. Trying to think of another way to describe it, but it's like being two different people of your volition and being a really horrible one. Because a lot of people who are systems and have multiple personalities, all the personalities are totally, I mean, they're just normal, not evil people, you know, like in some movies like Glass or movies that have people that have these multiple personalities. So I did want to clarify that because I know I said that. I also I've mixed up schizophrenia, which is hearing voices, right, and it's hearing things that are not actually happening. Your brain basically sending you false information, whether those are voices, thoughts, versus multiple personality, which is something else. So I know I've said that in the past, and I'm like, but I have to like trying to remember like to not misclassify that, and also yeah, because I know several people that come in the stream. STM I know is definitely one, and a few other people are literal systems of multiple people. And it's not a thing that's like should be scary. It should not be like something that's evil or bad or wrong or something. It's just a thing that is just a thing that people are, you know. Anyway, what time is it? 1:24. There was anything else that I wanted to say? Trump insider support Fed. Yeah, apparently. So some things that I just random things that I heard in this week. Trump apparently had insider support from federal police based on some information that has come out, which is clear. The police didn't do anything when the fascists, attempted to coup the Capitol. The police opened gates, opened the doors, let them in. There's multiple video of police just opening the door, letting them in. When reporters ask like, why are you letting these people into the Capitol? You're like, this is like treason. You're like literally committing treason. It's like a capital offense by working with literal attackers of the White House, the capital of your country, right? And the cops just said, oh, well, I didn't really want to do this, but we kind of just got to let them do their thing, right? When it comes to Black Lives Matter or any Black Lives Matter left, progressive, anti-war, definitely Black Lives Matter, any kind of like left-wing Antifa or any kind of left-wing action, the police are out there fucking, blasting everybody with the non-lethal rubber bullets, tear gas in the face sometimes, beating the shit out of them, clubbing them, barricades, rolling out the militarized vehicles, so it is a complete, and there's inside information that it's now, because, and somebody say like, whose responsibility was that, right? It's like the police are the answer. They are the agents of the United States government. So if the police if the United States federal police let the fascist treasonous attackers invasion, it's an invasion of the Capitol of the biggest superpower on the freaking earth, right? If the federal police allow them in, then it's kind of like then it's treason all the way up. Like people would be beheaded for these things, right? People are in prison. The things that Chelsea Manning and all these other people that are just trying to describe what is happening in the United States, that America calls treason and attacks against the country and terrorism and blah 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 and illegal and criminal. These people are literally doing that, and everybody up in the chain of command is involved in it. But it's kind of like And so the government is fascist. If the United States government and its police let fascists into the Capitol, then the United States is fascist. Its police have participated in that. There's a lot of different ways to describe it, but now it's coming, it's coming out that yeah, that's basically what it is. And the U.S. and the police are definitely the police as a like another I think the head of the Chicago police and other police departments have said that the Trump supporters who treasonously committed capital offenses against the U.S. Capitol, they said they needed to just vent their frustration. The Chicago police departments around the country have basically condoned what they've done, and the federal police have also condoned what they've done by opening the door and letting them in. All right, so that's another layer to this that I didn't really talk about too much. I mean, there's you could go on any one of these things for a long time, but I thought that was interesting. Also, something on the Trump Twitter account being deleted. Apparently, Trump employees had something to do with it. Even the Trump employees, I think it would have, because of the richer and more powerful entities in the United States, corporations and the rich and the military ganging up, going hard against Trump right now. Probably Jack might have still removed, but the Twitter employees actually were demanding that Jack change course and ban Trump. And so there's actually so that's actually, if that was a major factor, that is good, and that is a plus on the side of worker organization, right? And the power that the workers do have. I mean, at least for now, right? They do have the power to make until you have a fully cooperative, non-capitalist controlled, federated social media platform, I don't know, like Mastodon, that's big enough and where the conversations are happening in a way that it is not owned by a billionaire, making him money to propagate military-industrial complex propaganda, lies, delete leftists, indigenous people of color, Breonna Taylor, people saying Breonna Taylor's name, asking for justice from the United States criminal murder scheme that of black people. With Mastodon, there can be shitty people can obviously join, but you can defederate. It is not the timeline. You can set the timeline however you want to set it. There is no single individual at the top that you log into for Mastodon.com who is raking in billions of dollars, and for corporations and the executives and the shareholders, right, making billions of dollars, rigging reality. You have the user has the powers under its infrastructure, in its coding. It's built into the structure of Mastodon that it's very anarchistic in that sense, right? You can easily break away. You can create your own your own server of one person and federate with whoever you want. And you want to defederate with people, you can defederate with those people. If you don't like the way that the biggest node is running things, you can defederate from that and federate with other. So it's much more flat. There's no centralized capitalist control. There's no board of major shareholders. It is not taking military-industrial complex money to literally rig reality, delete it. You can't have, for example, Eugen, the guy even the coder who originated Mastodon, can't delete 3,000 accounts for saying Breonna Taylor's name, right? Now you could have a shitty server that has a mod of a 500 or 1,000 people who, ban people for saying Breonna Taylor's name in that node that was started by some Nazis or some shit. You could have that, right? But then people know, okay, well, this node, this is a shitty, toxic node. We're gonna defederate from that node, and that does happen, right? And then you can gatekeep. You can protect yourself and remove yourself from situations you don't want, and not interact with people you don't want to interact with. Still have social media interaction, right? Not have a centralized server of somebody making money, right? Shoving Donald Trump in your eyeball every second. If you don't want to see that, you can put content warnings. You can defederate. You can unfollow people that are saying that. But with Twitter, you don't have that option. With Twitter, even if you unfollow certain accounts, the trending topics, the CNN, Twitter is interactive CNN, right? It's like whatever comes up on the top, that is decided by Jack Dorsey. If Jack Dorsey wants Donald Trump, the CEO of Twitter, the billionaires want Donald Trump to be on the front page or off, they can decide that. They set the trending topics. They set the front page. They set the algorithm. If they want to shadow ban and do rank certain conversations, they want to push Black Lives Matter and Breonna Taylor to the bottom, delete 3,000 accounts for saying her name. They can do that and then push up why leftism is bad, or why leftism, why left. I'm a post-left and I took money from PragerU, and the left is more reactionary than the right, and they're terrible and they're destroying America. Jack Dorsey, Twitter, routinely takes money from all these organizations to say that kind of shit, cause leftist infighting, CIA fucking psyops and COINTEL bullshit. Of course, they're taking money to do all that kind of stuff, right? But with a non-capitalist, decentralized platform that allows federation, it still has much less reach, which is why people are still on Twitter. I hope one day that it's not that case, and I understand you still gotta like exist and talk to people and not feel like, and not have nobody hear your thing, right? So, but I do make a habit of trying to cross-post to Mastodon and to Twitter, because I hope one day that Mastodon overtakes Twitter, or something even better than Mastodon that's even more decentralized, even more non-capitalist. Like Silver Spoon Games is good. I mean, I like it, but it's probably a better way of organizing more equitably, more efficiently, more equitably, and more democratically, so that people aren't being exploited, will come about than a worker-owned cooperative potentially, right? I don't know, but the important thing is that's an important difference too with socialism. Is socialism is moving in the direction of in the currently very inequitable, very exploitative, very reactionary, very hyper-capitalist shit world that we live in terms of the international order. Most corporations, most businesses that people work for, the way that the government of the United States and most governments, a lot of governments, particularly in the West, function. We are very far on the hierarchical exploitative end of the spectrum. But to be socialist means to be moving away from that, while living in that world that you're in, right? Not like creating a Minecraft server where look at this, I made this mod of Minecraft in this simulacra of a society where me and my 10 anarchist friends or socialist friends, we all live with no bosses and no cops and no exploiters, selling virtual turnips and carrots to each other. And look how great that is. And then, mommy, can I Amazon Prime in another fucking burrito, please? Okay. Or you live in a commune and you go, oh, look at this, we have 5 friends, we're all working in a perfect society with and that's great, that's cool that you can do that with your 5 friends, but then like Amazon Prime in when you run out of food because you didn't actually grow kale that well and tomatoes and you forgot to bring the fertilizer, so then it falls apart and everybody goes get a job at fucking Sears and Goldman Sachs. Oh, Sears died, but get a job at fucking Amazon and talking about the post-left. Oh god, I had a terrible experience with the left, and now the left is all full of cancel culture and they're all terrible, and let me make fucking $10,000 a month on Patreon talking shit about actual socialists. Let me talk shit about some East Asian country and make a lot of money doing that for the CIA to give me some State Department cutout money. That's not productive. I mean, that's LARPing, and also even if you did have a bad time because your cooperative farm housing up, a commune with a house that was falling apart, but then things fell apart. The cops came one time. You had a lot of trans and disabled comrades, and America beats the shit out of those people, and black and brown people, and they attacked you. They threw a bunch of code. Your building and your farm wasn't up to code, and they attacked you. People didn't work hard enough in your commune, in your bakery, and it fell through. People went back to work at McDonald's and the groceries, work at McDonald's and Safeway and fucking Exxon Mobil. But even if you failed in that experiment, things happen. Please don't fucking come out and take a bunch of money from the right and the center to talk shit about your post-left. There's some people that call themselves post-left I've been seeing is kind of like, the left is an epic failure because Bernie Sanders didn't win. It's like, come on. There are other peoples and countries. There's Vietnam out there, there's Cuba out there, there's a lot of other peoples and places in the world that are like legit. They're actually resisting imperialism. You just a fucking spoiled ass white kid who made a dissertation on Marxian philosophy, and then you fucked it up because you and your friends were too fucking privileged to get your head out of your ass and get your farm together. Or I don't know, listen to people of color and actual workers and parties and peoples around the world that have actually had to survive under the terrible capitalist militarized hell world and imperialism, and still manage to provide $4 insulin, universal healthcare, food, and have no tent cities in Vietnam. Have no tent cities, have food for everybody, have police not kill any innocent people, have 2,000 times less COVID death, have a functioning economy, have controls on rice have access to food, housing, healthcare, and everything that people need, while also undergoing ongoing imperialism and literally being bombed into the Stone Age. And you can't fucking hack it in a commune in Portland. Please don't go and go, okay, the left is canceled because I fucked up. No, that you know, don't be a Elon Musk diaper baby post-leftist, please. Or ex-leftist, now I'm taking money from neoliberal and neo-fascists and PragerU. You know, that's bullshit. It's very damaging to people that are actually succeeding, like Bolivia actually succeeding at kicking out fascist and neoliberal elements out of their fucking lithium mines and their actual industry and out of their country. You know, it's just shameful. You know, it's like these people did it with like the literal U.S. military and the biggest, most powerful international transnational corporations and Elon Musk at their throat, with militarized police, with dozens of them shot, not with rubber bullets. Are you kidding me? No, with full metal jacket fucking rounds fired by goose-stepping Nazis into their indigenous Bolivian people's face. And you're going to complain about how you had a hard time? You had such a hard time? Because leftism is a failure? Because you couldn't grow enough tomatoes, and then you all became, 3 people sold out, froze it around, started a IPA craft brewery exploiting labor to sell expensive hipster beer to rich white kids in San Francisco. You're gonna cry about how it didn't work for you? I mean, but that's part of why America keeps failing, is because it hasn't got to that level of radical empathy and radical solidarity yet. A lot of it, and I hope that one day it will. You know, not a lot of people are there, but still too many aren't. You know. Still too many aren't. And they should really, they should watch the Luna Oi videos. You should really watch the Luna Oi videos. Particularly the one where she talks to Danny Haifong. I'm gonna give Luna another shout out. I was in that chat. Luna had a stream that was called dunking on Western chauvinism stream. And I was like, hey, that's what this stream is. I'm gonna be in here fucking dunking on that all day. Not because I want to tear it down. I'm just saying, like, this, you know, we're not gonna get it's like, you know, it's criticism to make it stronger so that we can get somewhere. You know, there's a difference between that and this people who are like all bailing because they're like, and there's some people, I'm not gonna say who it is, but I see them going, oh, King Trump, I love King Trump because you own the Nancy Pelosi, and the left there's no left anywhere in the West, and it's all, or I don't know, or just some nonsense like that, I don't know. That kind of stuff is just bullshit. But I mean, there is criticism to be had, like that will actually help to liberate. It will help Americans like survive. I don't think Americans will survive until they can get to that level. I mean, to understand that white supremacy, colonialism, all these things, and these unquestioned mentalities in your head, like when somebody tells you, you know, that take was kind of shit, there's always that you have that option, you have that momentary internal decision to go, was this thing that this person said, when they said, you know, that's a shitty thing because you're hurting this marginalized people, you can go, if you visualize yourself as a rational and good person with empathy and well-educated and well-intentioned and blah blah blah, right? Then if you're a good person, you should not be saying things that are hurtful and damaging to people, right? You only say good, rational, smart things. And so then when somebody tells you that, there's a cognitive dissonance between who you are and who this person is telling you that you are. So then you can decide, am I going to, in the moment, right? Particularly in hell site, Twitter and social media, you can decide, am I going to validate myself and say like, no, I'm good and right, and so this person must be wrong. And you are making a mountain out of a molehill. You are just a SJW. You are doing cancel culture. You're just trying to attack me. You're just making this up. This is these black people or brown people or people of color or left or whatever the person is saying. These people that you're talking about are not suffering the way that you are saying. You're just saying this to get me in trouble. And then you can choose to do that, right? And or you can choose to go, well, maybe. Now it's harder because it means that you have to kind of like have some level of humility. That's a hard thing for Americans to do, and Westerners generally. But you have to maybe like, I'm not that I'm a bad person, but maybe like I don't have all the information, and have all of the knowledge and experience. And some things can't really be communicated through writing in books, you know. As a writer, that sucks, but I mean that's reality. You know, some things you got to experience for yourself, like the Matrix. You know, nobody can be told what it is. You have to take a red pill. No, don't take the red pill. But you have to be, you know, there's some things that can only, you know. But I'm missing something in my worldview, and my catalog and my encyclopedia of experiences and knowledge. I'm missing something. Maybe it's because I'm a cis white guy, and I don't understand aspects of what it means to be a trans black woman in America, or a black person in America, or a Bolivian or a Native Hawaiian in Hawaii. Maybe I'm missing something. You know, maybe I'm missing something, and that's why I would have an empathic response, because I'm not an evil person, I don't think. Some people are just fucked up, I guess. I mean, they don't have mirror neurons. They're missing the empathic responses, right? Their pupils don't maybe some of them are replicants, you know. Their pupils don't dilate when they imagine a simulacra of flipping a tortoise over in the hot sun. They don't feel you know, they don't get a dilation of the iris, the blush response, you know. But I think most people, I don't think that most people have that necessarily. I think some people just like, they don't have all the information, they don't have all the experiences, right? And they have too much ego, and then the ego is blocking them from getting to the point of like, hey, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe I should listen to this person. Now, listening to the person isn't guaranteed that you're going to agree with them. Listening to the person isn't going to guarantee that you will now understand why saying X word or saying these things is hurtful and you should not do it and problematic. But I mean, but it is a thing that, you know, you have to decide. And a lot of people who don't go to the first one are the people that are now coming out and going, well, the left is over because I got canceled. This, you know, which is, no, you don't get canceled. You know, people who say they're canceled, they still have giant YouTube channels and they're making $10,000 a month on Patreon. I'm sorry, there's no, you know, cancellation. You know, it means like what you get $300,000 in a Netflix original series as a stand-up comedian. There's no such thing. I mean, not that side of cancel. The cancel culture is getting your account deleted because you said Breonna Taylor's name and your brother got beaten almost to death by police. That's getting canceled by the actual cancelers. Who is who? The actual power structure. Who is who? The corporations and the fascists that run the United States and much of the world. That's getting canceled. Is George Floyd got canceled? That's, you know, now you. Oh, I can't talk anymore. My freedom of speech is being. You ever got your neck knelt on for 8 minutes and 46 seconds until you fucking asphyxiate and then you know, that's cancel. Oh, not being able to talk and then dying. You know, it's hard to speak when you're dead. That's getting canceled. Honestly, experience of being shut down by the police should radicalize more people. Surprised that people go post left after that. I don't understand fully what that means, but when people say post left, meaning I was in the left, but now I'm like doomered out and the left is a failure and there's no hope for having mutually equitable relations and fighting for justice is like hopeless. That's like that. No, that's some. I mean, you know, you don't see a lot of black pilled Bolivians. You don't see a lot of like black pilled, like the black people. You know, in the United States, you don't see a Black Lives Matter activist going like, oh, life is hard, I'm gonna go, you know, play video games for the rest of my life with my privileged ass air condition that my parents have until they don't have it anymore. You know, people that like, you know, people don't have like the luxury. People like that are like actually fighting and have suffering much greater, like generally, particularly people of color and particularly people around the world. They don't have the luxury of trying to run away from the struggles of the real world oppression. You know, they're too busy surviving it, figuring out what to do to survive, to be whining on the internet about how their attempt to, you know, do a socialism or anarchism in the world didn't work out exactly the way that I wanted it to. You know, they're too busy like actually dealing with a million times harder socialism and anarchism or actual resisting oppression projects and succeeding at it. They're too busy like dealing with those real world projects and succeeding at it to be saying these things. It's like Luna had a great one about the EZLN, the Zapatistas, Rojava, what they all have in common, which is that they actually don't identify themselves as anarchists. The EZLN had a direct response to Western leftists who were criticizing them for not being anarchisty enough, or Marxist-Leninist Americans for not, Westerners for not criticizing certain entities for not being Marxist-Leninisty enough in the way that they liked it, and Rojava, also being like, we're not really this project. We have all of our own problems. We're just trying to survive here. We're not your pet project. We're not your beacon on the hill that's going to save the world. And you know what you can do is you can stop your own empire from standing on everybody else's neck. And and so I think like that there's a lot of that's why I really think that Luna's channel is like it's very vital. It's vital for Americans and any Western leftists to watch at least some of Luna's channel, I think, because it's a voice. A lot of Asian people in Asia, and even black people in the United States, but especially out of the United States, people of color out of the United States, who are having successful socialist organizations, countries, movements, actions against the United States empire, against capitalism, against just unfettered neoliberal, neofeudal hellishness, right? That Americans are losing. Americans are losing against their own emperors, their own capitalists. They are losing, but there are other places that are winning under more difficult conditions. And so Americans really need to listen to those other voices where they are making strides, where they are winning with greater odds, to both give Americans and Westerners in general a more to give them a more hopefully sober and adult outlook at this stuff, and also to give them hope and not doom her out and become post-left. Now I'm gonna take money from PragerU and just make 10,000 on Patreon saying whatever Jeff Bezos or some rich person or some think tank in DC wants me to say about this country or that country or the failure of the left or whatever they're gonna give you money. There's a lot of people that give you money to say shit about about left socialism and anarchism and other countries that are trying to do that, right? If you want money, Dave Rubin made $600,000 in a year doing nothing but standing around and like looking like an idiot, having people show up on his fucking show. So being a mediocre white dude. But anyways, so like it's vital that the people in the West listen to and hear these other voices for their own education, to understand that like this is the struggle that they're in is a much older, deeper struggle. There are people that have done it much better than you under much more difficult circumstances, which means that you can do it. You can do it in America. You can resist these forces. You can resist capitalism. You can resist neofeudalism. You can resist fascism. Like Luna had a post that was like, sometimes I'm gonna put it up here. In light of your fascist coup, America, in light of your fascist taking over, that's your capital. I mean, I don't care where you're from, that's your capital. Some Americans are like, well, I'm only from Philadelphia, and it's such a great city of bloody love here. Oh yeah, it's a great city with massive police murder, inequality, the water comes out smelling like fucking sewage. It's a city where all this shit goes down, bad things happen, and everybody's dying from environmental diseases and fucking cholera in some places. No, it's a shithole. Are you kidding me? No, get real, America, get real. You're all dying, you're all suffering, but you can do better if you really dig deep. Why haven't you had a revolution? That's a question. Why is it the right wing showing up in the Capitol? Why isn't there like the mass organization that would bring about something like in Bolivia, like in these other places, right? That's a good, there's a lot of reasons for that. But I mean, looking outward and attacking Vietnam or all these other places around the world, or twiddling your thumbs or putting your hand up your ass and doomering out is not going to bring your, it's not going to give you a future back where you're not just fucking simping for PragerU, Donald Trump, Mitch McConnell, the right wing, and this neoliberal class, But simping for those things, becoming a post-leftist is definitely not going to help. I mean, it might save your ass for 2 years till you fucking fall over dead from a $70,000 COVID bill, which is not going to be dealt with because a lot of people aren't taking the fucking vaccine, and then there's going to be a mutation, and America's healthcare system is still run by a literal fucking universal death care, universal wealth extraction, billionaire and corporations. That's it's not a solution to doom her out either. That's part of it, right? It's not a solution in the United States to doom her out on this stuff, or to stand Trump or Biden or Twitter for clapping back at a fucking Nazi, a fucking white nationalist, washed up reality TV show who promoted fascism. There's not, you need to fucking get your ass to work. Why this is the question. No, oh, Silver Spoon Game, that's so cool. Why don't you have a Silver Spoon Games kind of company where you're at? Are there any? Why don't you support the indigenous people where you're at? Some people ask, like, Silver Spoon, what can I support? So, you know, what can we do to do this and that? I'm like, look at where you are in the West, and particularly in settler colonial country. What indigenous people are you standing on in America? Because you're standing on one. Even in Philadelphia, you know, you've got Algonquin under there. You've got 3 different indigenous people. Where are they, right? Who can you work with? How are the black people in the area doing there? You know, I'll give you a hint. Getting murdered, getting mass imprisoned everywhere in the United States, because that's what America is. It's a white supremacist country. What are you doing? You know, why are you still working for that huge corporation? Why are you paying money to the landlord, to the bank lord, to those? You know, what can you do to move away from it? Not to say that you got to fix that right now, but instead of like going around attacking Vietnam while they defeat capitalism and defeat fascism, where is it? Sometimes here it is. Sometimes I walk safely around Vietnam where there is no COVID. Sometimes I walk safely around Vietnam where COVID is totally contained, where there is no threat of fascism. And I think, why the fuck do I always have to defend my country from all these fucking American and European leftists? It's so exhausting. I'm just gonna go through this. Is, you know, when Rojava arrests kills ISIS, I don't see Westerners say, how do you know they were ISIS? Why should I believe Rojava state media? When the USA state arrests American fascist terrorists, you laugh and cheer. But when Vietnam arrests reactionaries who work with the US State Department and foreign anti-communists to overthrow and destabilize our democracy, you side with the reactionaries. Why do you trust the CIA-linked and NGOs and capitalist press? You trust Rojava, you even trust the USA state. Yet you don't trust us Vietnamese when we fight imperialism, fascism, colonialism, oppression for hundreds and hundreds of years. Are you sure we are as evil as your capitalist media, imperialist NGOs say? Have you ever doubted your nation's hegemony, your own prejudice? Like, just ask yourself, why are you living in such a shithole country where you have 60 times more malnutrition deaths from that crappy authoritarian, poor country where everybody's living in a mud hut? All right? And, this is a question that America should ask. Why do you still have these people? Why do you still have these people in charge of your country? You shouldn't. And you didn't believe me when I said, this is the conversation between Danny Haifong and Luna Oi that you should definitely check out. Danny is an important anti-imperialist and anti-war voice, works for a Black Agenda Report, and it's also Vietnam. And I want to say, I want to take credit for introducing Luna Oi to Danny and Danny to Luna Oi, but at the because I dropped it in a live stream of Non-Compete, American Johnson, and Luna Oi one time, but I think that they would have found each other sooner or later anyway. But I did say, Luna and EJ, here's a Vietnamese person who is in America who is like doing important work on anti-war, anti-imperialism, working with the Black Socialists, Black Agenda Report, and a lot of really important movements in the United States. But I'm not a capitalist, and I don't want 20% of all the revenue that they make from this partnership. But yeah, Luna said that too. I would never have discovered Danny without Silver Spook, so I will say that. But anyways, so this discussion was also very valuable because it was an American talking to American, half Vietnamese, half American, talking to who has raised his whole life in America, talking to somebody from Vietnam. So that was a very valuable, important conversation that I think a lot of people could do to watch. Where the hell? There's one that I really liked. I'm gonna read that one real fast. Where the hell is it? Oh yeah, here. Yeah, when I study Rojava and Zapatistas, I see a lot of parallels to Vietnam. We all still have capitalism and landlords and military and borders. Western anarchists call Vietnam fake socialism, and Western MLs call Rojava, Chiapas fake socialism. But really, we take the brunt of imperialism, and by we, it's the Vietnamese, the people in Mexico, and even the people in Syria. We are all people who have been completely subjugated by capitalism and colonialism and imperialism. And as we are the ones who are actually actively building our own societies, we are the ones who face the real threats and interventionism of your aggressive imperialist nations. Those are your nation. Again, if you are left in America, that's your nation imperializing Vietnam and Rojava. You have a duty to stop your nation Or are you just sitting around LARPing, fucking selling newspapers in Chicago, and then gonna go take that money and go start a fucking craft brewery too, like a bunch of other Western white leftists have done, or in quotes. There are leftists in America, but they're not the ones that are doing it. They're the ones that are on the ground supporting the decolonization, supporting indigenous people, getting their asses arrested, getting their asses fucking beaten by cops with the Black Lives Matter activists, right? When they show up to the Capitol. But then there are the other ones, right? Who get a lot of airtime in the Western left and throw a lot of take up a lot of fucking headspace and media space rent-free all over Twitter and everywhere else, making a lot of fucking money. So yes, it makes me angry when comfortable leftists in the imperial core, who live in the very countries that grew rich from generations of labor and which still try to destabilize and intervene and lie about our socialist projects, attack us for not being pure enough. You have the comfort to sit and think about everything you think you could do better, while we are the ones who are actually trying to build our own societies. And all we want is to be left alone to pursue our own self-determination peacefully. If you really want to help us save your complex bullshit and overthrow and sabotage your own government. That's your job, not to stand Donald Trump and his, Donald Trump beat Nancy Pelosi and I don't like her. Fuck liberals and all the reactionary, these cancel culture left. Or oh my God, good job, Jack Dorsey, you and Nancy, you beat up Donald Trump, you're so good. No, you should be undoing the whole motherfucking country so that these people who are actually doing actual work can get their work done. You know? And one day maybe Vietnam will show up on America's shore and then they'll save your ass before you die in a goddamn homeless tent city of COVID-19. I literally think that's what's gonna happen. Is America is gonna turn into this. You know, America is gonna turn into this picture. And then the Vietnamese, the Cubans, the Rajavans, the Zapatistas, the other people in East Asia, the Bolivians and everyone else around the world who are actually doing a social, they're gonna show up and they're gonna go, oh my God, America, this is so sad. You're all dead and starving and fucked. And your empire is crumbling because the F-35 start functioning when they send their Death Stars and their Star Destroyers to blow us up in Bolivia and in the East Asia and Vietnam and in Iraq. They all crash and you know, not because you did anything, but because they're just selfish fucking pricks fighting, with Lockheed Martin CEOs telling all of the welders at the fucking Lockheed Martin aircraft building facility to stop put in like paper mache fucking screws into their Tomahawk missiles, and they crash, not because you did anything. And then Vietnam and all these other countries are gonna come and they go, oh my God, it's so sad that you're all dying while your rich have eaten you to a fucking husk. And now you're just a giant landfill with dead bodies. Ex-Boeing engineers, ex-teachers, doctors, and nurses living under a fucking AI automated, fully automated space fascist capitalism, resort cities hovering above you. And then the Vietnamese like fucking undo this and they come and save your ass. Food drops into the ghettos of Los Angeles, you know, dropping, you know, like in the freaking Asians and South Central Americans, Africans coming in, like bringing, you know, millions of gallons of fresh water for everybody's dying from cholera, bringing in doctors and medical support, building hospitals, like 15 hospitals, like trying to build 15 hospitals in a week. More hospitals in America fucking has functional. Build all these hospitals, save you all from your dying healthcarelessness and homelessness and foodlessness and poison water and poison air, and you're still working 80 hours a week trying to cancel each other on the last ounce of Twitter before the last solar panel goes out. You're sitting around there, you're like standing Elon Musk or fucking clapbacking Elon Musk and Donald Trump and fucking coming on camera for fucking Elon Musk. I mean, no shit to sex workers, but when you're dying, you know, to get your fucking insulin dome at, eating reconstituted gamers, eating fucking Soylent Red reconstituted, cannibalized dead Cyberpunk 2077 streamers, trying to get them to get tipped up and then being fed intravenously to each other. And anyway, what the fuck are you doing, America? Holy shit, and the Vietnamese is gonna save your ass. Okay, so help them make the Vietnamese job of coming to the last 150 or 50 million Americans that aren't dead as America implodes and all its lights go out. Make the Vietnamese job easier by like not being completely emaciated and dead when they have to intravenously feed you not ground up bits of chud gamer meat. You know, because it's hard to deal with the neurological disorders that come when you're consuming other human flesh, which is what Americans do, right? Like figuratively now, soon literally. So help the Vietnamese not have to also bring in all their neurologists to undo all the brain damage that you have done to yourself by fucking grinding yourself up to fucking shreds and undo your goddamn empire, please. I know it's a big task. It is a big task, but it's not, you know, it's 330 million people. But I mean, it's 330 million fucking people. The fascists just waltzed into your capital. I'm sorry. The fascists, look, a bunch of fucking Viking hat, washed up podcasters just waltzed into the fucking capital of the United States of America. Police officers and apparently well-trained personnel tasing themselves in the balls, giving themselves heart attacks. And you know, not to say that you have to, you know, never do anything illegal, but general strikes are a thing. Organization is a thing. Organizing worker-owned cooperatives and taking away power from capitalists is a thing that you can do. Not being a fucking coward and working for Northrop Grumman, Raytheon as a coder, lawyer, marketer, engineer, whatever. Fucking leave your fucking corporation, start something else, particularly if you have a lot of privilege and money already saved up. Get the fuck out of your giant mega bank, mega corp, or whatever the fuck you work for. The US government is the US mega corp. So if you're working for the US government, particularly the federal government, collecting six figures, strata cashers, and playing Cyberpunk 2077 on a fucking, Tero fucking exahertz fucking machine that you built with the blood of dead Iraqis all over your fucking hands because you working for these militaries as an arms dealer, literally, as a business person, as a marketer, as an accountant, whatever the fuck you're doing, as a high frequency trading algorithm programmer, fucking stop doing that and undo your empire so the Vietnamese can have an easier time of fucking saving you. When, not if, when you collapse into that. Not if, when America becomes this, because this is where you're already going. The question is how fast do you get there? China is just China's GDP. You were going to surpass. It was like 2033 was the projected Pentagon a year where the GDP of America would surpass China. Now you've accelerated by 5 years. Your total collapse by 5 years. Mostly not because China's grown this pandemic, but it's pretty much the same. America just went down. America's GDP, which is already fucking bullshit because it's a Janushian false pathological lying civilization or barbarism. America is already behind China by purchasing power parity. But in terms of even its bullshit nominal GDP numbers, it's gone back 5 years. So you've accelerated neofeudalism by 5 years, just in the last year, and it could go much faster going forward. You know, so but anyway, but I know it's hard medicine to hear this kind of stuff. So yes, it makes me angry and uncomfortable. Leftist, yeah, you have the comfort to sit around and think about everything you could do better, or we're the ones actually doing it. And so this is what you can be doing. And just as one more, there's one more like good. Yeah, I would love to say any Western chauvinist who thinks I ignore the voices of the poor in Vietnam, fuck off. I grew up in extreme poverty. This is Luna, who grew up in Vietnam. I grew up in extreme poverty. Luna said like she used to poop into a pond with her mom. That was like one of her fond childhood memories, was pooping into a pool. You know what that means? That means that you don't have functioning toilets. You don't have functioning waste treatment facilities and plumbing. Okay? Have you ever in America like not had access to toilets? Like any toilets anywhere. I'm talking about like not even like, oh, they wouldn't let me into Starbucks because I couldn't pay for a $5 coffee. They had a code. No, I'm talking about there's no toilets in your fucking city, town, area code state. No, you don't. You don't know what extreme poverty is. You ever not had any drinking water? I mean, like no drinking water. I mean, like you gotta like maybe catch some rain, you know? And then people routinely dying from typhus, cholera, giardia, hookworms, all kind of other infections. You ever had? No, you don't have that. You do have shitty drinking water, and it's going in that direction. But there is still water coming out of faucets. And then there's bottled water, you know? You ever had, like, no water? No, you don't. You don't know what extreme poverty is. You ever had, like, running away from fucking Agent Orange and bombs? No, you don't. America doesn't bomb itself, not its white areas. It bombs black people when they start to have some amount of wealth to use to help themselves, like in Black Wall Street. But they don't bomb you. You've never been bombed. So you don't know what that is. You know what imperialism is. You ever had, like, no electricity for a month and then 1 hour a day for the next year or 10? You ever had 1 hour a day of electricity? Maybe. Which is how like millions upon millions of people around the world where America occupies it and enforces imperialism and extreme poverty, like in Africa, like in Libya, like in Syria right now, where they're embargoing electrical generators that other socialist countries are trying to bring into Syria, but America has a blockade of super fucking waterborne Star Destroyers blockading it. You ever had no electricity to tweet on? and pretend like leftism is done because my commune fucking failed, and people said a mean thing to me on Twitter one time. You ever had no electricity? No, you haven't, had you? No, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I grew up in extreme, most of it working in rice fields, cooking on a rice husk stove, no stable electricity. I lived happily on $100 a month. My dad is a tractor driver. My mom is a tailor. My friends are all from poor backgrounds like me. My brother is an electrician at a hydroelectric dam. Most of my family are farmers, but you know what? We are happy. We have healthcare. We own our own homes. Like 90% of Vietnamese. 90% of Vietnamese own their own homes. They are not rich. They are 50 times poorer per capita than the United States. But the wealth is vastly better distributed. They're not perfect, but again, nobody's perfect because that's not what that's not what socialism. Socialism is moving in the direction in the real world, not in your imaginary fucking theory book that you're reading and then selling newspapers about. I'm sorry. Not doing anything materially in the real world, right? They are moving in this direction, and 90% of their own homes. Less than 20% of Americans own their own home outright. Most Americans are either renters or they have a huge fucking mortgage. If you're renting, you're paying money to a landlord. That's a neo-feudal, exploitative, rentier class parasite. Neo-feudal lord. If you're paying money to a mortgage, you don't own any shit. You don't own shit. You have a mortgage, you could be more fucked than the renter because you're paying mortgage thinking you have equity, thinking you have a house. No, you're just paying, instead of to a landlord, you're paying it to a bank lord. And also participating in the ever-escalating pyramid scheme where 85% of all issued debt goes straight into non-productive housing Ponzi schemes, disproportionately in cities and in a lot of the first world, and in gentrification projects. You're just having a mortgage not in America in its collapsar financialized hellscape capitalism scheme is not owning shit. It's actually participating in a system of increasing housing prices. So it's actually better if you can get the home outright, don't have any debt. Which almost no Americans can do, where the Vietnamese have. Now, they're not rich because their homes are not worth, because why are they not rich? Because they own their own home. Because the home is not worth $1.6 million for being where? In Hawaii, in California, in Florida, in the prime plush real estate. No, they're not rich. They just have a place to live because homes are for places for people to shelter themselves, house, clothe, feed themselves, keep their belongings, and live with dignity. America doesn't have housing. America has billionaire chess games with the lives and security of 99% of its little peon non-humans. America doesn't have a housing crisis. America has a crisis of billionaire yacht payment schemes. That's what happens when a mortgage crash happens. America is permanently, over 70-80% are not homeless. Is 500,000, a million, whatever, literally on the street. And a lot of them are already dead, so they don't get counted. If you had everybody who has died 30 years early, because that's how much your life expectancy drops when you become homeless. Your life expectancy drops by 30 years or more. 47 for women, 42 for homeless men. Trans women of color, 20 something. You're homeless, same thing. So, but in Vietnam, they have 90% of people have places, not because it's for wealth. It's because that's what you do when you have a country that's trying to provide for the masses of people collectively. Unlike the United States. Are there people who have it worse than me? Yes. Does Vietnam have 10 cities and thousands of homeless like the USA? No. Do we have a lot of people who still suffer from Agent Orange and disabilities from the war? Yes. Does the USA help with any of that? No. The USA fucked my entire country up in less than half a century ago. So yeah, I grew up very poor. And most of the people I know are very poor, more poor than you can probably imagine. Like I said, have you ever not had electricity ever? Like never in your life? No, you don't even know what it is. You grown up with electricity? Have you even, oh my God, it was hard. I had to charge my phone in the Starbucks when I was on the street. Did you have a Starbucks to charge anything in? Did you have a public library to charge anything in? Did you have friends, family, and network, even when you were homeless, to charge anything? Was there outlets anywhere to do anything with? You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't know that because I've also grown up in the city, and I'm not gonna pretend that I do. But I'm gonna make sure that those people's voices who have actually lived in extreme poverty need to be heard by Americans, so that they can understand where they're gonna get to if they don't fucking fix their goddamn country and stop it from fucking illegally occupying. Hey, my country too, the illegally occupied country of Hawaii by the white supremacist capitalist shithole empire that is your country. If you live there, it's your country. If you benefit from it, it's your country. It's your fucking house. and you do benefit from it. Particularly if you're white, particularly if you're a dude. Nobody in my family, not a single one of my friends, we complain about the government. We hate corruption. We want a better future. We hate capitalism, but we don't feel oppressed and we don't want our state dismantled. That's the thing, is a lot of people are calling for the dismantling of the Vietnamese state. You know, like one day, obviously, you get to the point where we don't need states, money, class, all these things. Well, you know, we don't need class necessarily, but you know, when we get to the point where we can run things with like perfect, I mean, that's tricky. It can never be perfect unless you're gonna like literally turn human beings into robots that run by code that never deviate from a set Turing machine pattern. That's I code for a living. That's how computers work. Generally, unless they're programmed by Boeing and they spill coffee all over it and they paid $7 an hour to fucking program the autopilot. But if the program is fun, when you have a computer chip that doesn't have coffee poured on it, made with fucking asbestos and sawdust, because a billionaire wanted to shortchange the AI chip makers for fucking Tesla, then it always runs the same. But human beings are imperfect, so things are gonna be imperfect. The world is imperfect, but there are people that are moving successfully in the direction of equality, in the direction of socialism, in the direction of undoing racism, undoing fascism. Like Luna said, I don't worry about fascism in my country, but Americans are constantly fucking getting on my goddamn case. And you know, and so we don't feel oppressed and we don't want our state dismantled, because guess what? We participate collectively in it. You know, we're not just authoritarianly crushed by the fucking Vietnamese government, right? That's what Luna say. If the Vietnamese government wanted to crush the Vietnamese, you know what they would do? You know what they would do? Not lock the entire economy down and throw a bunch of rich or richer electrical company owners, hotel owners, restaurants, bars, clubs, movies, and also the government's plan was to try to increase their GDP like by 2-3% or a larger percentage this year. It went against their entire plan. If they wanted to oppress the people, you know what Vietnam's government would have done? Fucking let the plague rip through all of the population, cause deaths and destruction and economic destruction to make a lot of money from it. Which is what the United States has, an authoritarian government that literally has done that. It has murdered you and destroyed your jobs and made you fucking homeless by the millions, made you food insecure by the 100 million. You have the authoritarian government. Your duty to overthrow your government, not the Vietnamese duty to fucking overthrow the government that does, it's by the people for the people and is doing, I mean, by their own by what they're saying, they have the approval rating, is doing what they want. You shut the fuck up and undo your government and let them fucking, so that they can come save you when you're dying in a goddamn pit. Because you probably will fail at overthrowing your government. I mean, I shouldn't say probably. Unless you get your shit together, you Americans, the Vietnamese will one day come and save your ass, along with other global South peoples that have undone your fucking government's coups, wars, and ongoing imperialism. So make their job of saving your future ass easier when they fly in on Vietnamese planes into JFK, into random airstrips. You look at Jericho. The Chinese fly in, the Vietnamese, they're gonna be, you know, they're already doing that. The Chinese have literally given millions of free masks very quietly to American cities while they were completely shit out of luck. America, you would have had 500,000 deaths by now if it wasn't for the fucking Chinese. Also, not retaliating in kind and going, you know what? We're not gonna make any more. We're not gonna give you any more medicine. You want to fuck with us? You want to ban our companies? You want to do that? Good luck having 98% of your antibiotics. Good luck having 50% of your all of your medical equipment. Go source that from Germany or something that can barely produce enough, or some other countries in the West that can barely produce enough for their own fucking self. You know, if they really wanted to fuck you, they could have fucked you so hard right now. They are being very kind. The rest of the world is like taking all of this xenophobia, racism, and bullshit in stride, and they're going, we have faith that one day cooler heads will prevail in America, and we will come and still help those people. Even though many of them said the most racist, stupid, disinformed, diseducated shit, because we understand that America lives with, they don't have an education system, they have just a giant brain poison propaganda system to make capitalist cogs and idiots that have somehow managed to repair 767 engines, but they are complete idiots economics and history wise, and they're racist as fuck. But they are the bigger people around the world. They understand, like, we're not going to retaliate really to the extent that we would be in rights. If we did this to you, you would have bombed us already. And we don't have to bomb y'all. We just cut off all your supply chains and you'd all be fucking dead. Or you'd be in complete chaos. You'd have 1 million dead from fucking COVID. You'd have like everybody having a heart attack that are like dying in the goddamn gyms in ice cream trucks and shit in Los Angeles, in New York, in Florida. Everybody just dying from COVID-19, dying because they couldn't get they got a piece of steering wheel through their fucking kidney and they couldn't go into the hospital because it's full of fucking COVID-19. They just bled out on the side of the highway. You would have been 1 million times worse. You could have 10 million, 20 million people dead because you got no fucking penicillin. You got no fucking the machines and the gloves for anybody. For not just for COVID-19, for your cancer test, your X-ray, all that shit. You could just be America routinely denies medical treatment to all the rest of the world, to fucking Venezuela, to fucking Iran, embargoing them, stopping them from getting COVID tests. But there's another country standing behind you that is providing you all of your fucking medical equipment. They could have murdered you already. You would have been done. You could have just been a smoking fucking hole. And they were like, one day we're gonna keep giving them the medicine and masks for free, like millions of masks for free from Chinese sister cities. We're gonna keep giving you millions of masks for free. We're gonna keep helping you out. We're gonna keep sending you antibiotics. We're gonna keep sending you penicillin. We're gonna get you the medicines that you need. We're gonna get you your cancer drugs, your arthritis, your X-ray machines, all these other things that you need. We're gonna get you all these things that would kill billions of people if you didn't have it. Unlike what you're doing to Iran and Venezuela and countries you want to sanction into death and destruction by denying them medical care. We're gonna give you all the things that you need, America, because we are not fucking assholes like you. And one day, you maybe won't be assholes. You know, one day you maybe won't be assholes. So we won't immediately go to just work with other people around the world, with Africa, with other countries that don't want to fucking be racist as fuck, say all this xenophobic shit, attack us, literally sanction all of our companies, entities, ban us, drive out, call it a Wuhan flu, completely lie about the fact that how we responded and versus how you responded, locking the city down, prioritize. Getting the COVID-19 under control with our people and with our government so that people don't die and the economy doesn't flounder like you did. And you lie about it. And we're gonna let you lie about it and say all this shit and whine like a little gold-diapered baby. All of America, a lot of the people and your government and your corporations. We're gonna let you get away with this because we don't wanna be you. We don't want to be you. We don't want to respond in kind the way that you do. Again, if you're an American, this is your country and this is your fucking responsibility. If you're a leftist, this is your fucking responsibility. So I'm telling you who your fucking country is and why haven't you fucking done anything about it yet. Shut the fuck up about Vietnam and all these other countries until you can clean your own motherfucking house, asshole. And as a hard to hear, yeah, I'm sure it's gonna be hard to hear. But I think if you stuck around for our Silver Spook streams long enough to get to this point, you can hear that. Because the Vietnamese and probably the Chinese and Africa, Cuba, and Iran will be saving you. Because I don't think enough of you are gonna get it together soon enough. I really hope that you do. But I think that it's gonna be the rest of the world's gonna come in. The Hawaiians, I mean, I'll be happy to. I've already saved a fucking homeless college professor from homelessness, but you know, I don't want to trump that. You know, again, it's not about, you know, but I mean, but you have to. It's, you know, you need the help of Vietnam. You need the help of Vietnam more than Vietnam needs your fucking help. They don't need your motherfucking bombs and your CIA State Department propaganda that you spew all over Twitter. They don't need that shit. You're gonna need their help. It would behoove you to please stop, particularly if you're on the left and you are on this side. Please stop spreading this crap. Just try to listen to them, see what they have done, and then learn from them to undo your own country's horrific neoliberalism, neofascism, and capitalism. Luna has a very good definition in that Danny Haifang interview. America is capitalist because America is moving in the direction. Again, America could be socialist while still having billionaires and still having corporations, but it would have to be collectively actually moving in that direction with an empowered mass movements and/or governments that are pushing in the direction of stateless, classless, moneyless. But America is moving in the wrong direction. It's an important distinction that is like lost upon dogmatic Western left, which is that in the real world, whether you are left or whatever, is defined by your perfect, pure, perfect, pure little group, your pure representation of stateless, classless, and moneylessness in the real world, right? No, if you are an American and you call yourself, you know, like you are already living in the empire at the highest level of capitalism, that is imperialism, right? By that definition, everybody in America is just completely, permanently, irrevocably evil and irrevocably fascist and capitalist. By definition, because of who you work with, who you are, who you work for, who you pay your money to, who you pay your rent to, everything that you are irrevocable by these purity tests, right? It's about the direct. So, and obviously, if you are fighting for Black Lives Matter, right? You're not saying your country. Those are still your cops. When you pay taxes, and you're gonna pay the motherfucking taxes, you want to be hounded and fucking chased down. You're gonna pay the fucking taxes. When you pay taxes, you're paying taxes to pay for your police. You are a fascist. You pay for your own cops. If you're an American, you live in America, you're paying America's police. You're paying America's military. You're paying for the death and destruction in Iraq. Whether you show up for a Black Lives Matter or action or not, you are benefiting from and participating in America. Right now, but nobody's gonna tell you, oh well, because you are an American and you work for American corporations, you work for Walmart, you work for McDonald's, you're giving your labor, and you're giving the billionaires in America all this money because you work for Lockheed Martin, or you work for McDonald's, Walmart, Safeway, Target. You go on Twitter, you use a PS4, you play on Twitch, you fucking use all these. That means that you're a capitalist, right? And also, you pay taxes to the police that are murdering black people. That means you're a fascist. Because that's what all these other countries could tell you. They could, yeah. Well, you don't have a perfect civilization, so you are a complete failure. Anything you're doing is worthless and nothing. And because but that's the level of purity and perfection that American and Western left expect from the rest of the world. I mean, particularly from non-white countries, which they're also super racist and they don't know shit about. But it's the same thing. It's kind of like, if you don't know shit about something, you can choose to learn about that thing, like from the people that are there, not from your Western fucking propaganda system, like from the people that are in Vietnam or wherever you're learning about. Not from Reuters, not from Human Rights Watch, not from interactive CNN, that is Twitter, not from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, or any of the fucking CIA-funded fucking cutouts that are everywhere in America and the West. It's hard to find one, even much of the left media. But from the actual people that are doing the actual work, that are actually living in the country, trying to liberate themselves from you, and you have the choice to go, you know what, they're just wrong, because I can't be a smart and good person, rational good person, and have said and believe this thing. So it must be that they're wrong, right? But maybe it's that, but maybe you will need to learn a little bit more, And I'm not saying that because, I'm not all omniscient and all-knowing, right? I know for a fact that I don't know what it's like to be an Iraqi or an Afghani or somebody who's born in Libya, which is why if somebody does, that's why I listen to people that are literally from Iraq or are literally Iraqi or those kind of people. They have more valuable things to say that it will teach everybody else in the world. It should just be like those people streaming and going hey, this is what America is doing. America, why haven't you overthrown your fucking U.S. military? That's your military. You work. Every state in America benefits from the U.S. military. Your fucking air condition, part of the money and the resources that go into that is from the U.S. military. Why haven't you overthrown your fucking country yet? And you're sitting around here telling us what to do, sitting around here telling us to be better in this and that and this. Shut the fuck up. You are the greatest fucking capitalist evil on the planet. Even if you have to fucking dumpster dive, you are still benefiting from having the ramen around to dumpster dive. There are people who don't have dumpsters full of fucking ramen being thrown out. They just have famine. You don't know, but I know because I was a fucking anarchist on the street for 2 months. It was hard. And now I'm a post-leftist. You don't fucking know. You can never, on the territory of America, live in extreme poverty. Not yet. You can never be there because you have access to SNAP, you have access to EBT, you have access to your whiteness, you have access to your fucking family. You have access to the fact that you live in the fucking first world and it's filled to the brim with more food that can never be eaten. Is it hard? Does life suck? And are people having a lot of hardship and becoming food insecure? Yes. Is there literally no fucking food? No. No, there is not enough food, but you haven't fucking undone the goddamn fucking corporate state and got your goddamn food yet. You're just sitting around crying about why you don't have it. You don't have it because you haven't fucking done what Bolivia has done. You don't have it because you haven't fucking done what Vietnam has done. You haven't done it because you haven't fucking done what countries around the world have done and suffered much more death than you ever will. Because you're a bunch of crybabies. And you're mediocre white people. Anyways, but yeah, you should go watch that and listen to this. If you identify as an American, you identify as a white person because America is an ethno-state. Literally, the states of the United States became states when the percentage of white people in a state reached a certain threshold, like majority white. Oklahoma was one of the last states of the United States because there were too many brown and black people in that country per capita, in that state per capita, to become a state. That's why Oklahoma was one of the later states. So if you identify as American, you identify as a white person. You identify as a white supremacist. That's what it is to be an American. It means to believe in, live in, and breathe fascism. The Constitution is a plagiarized lie of indigenous people. The democracy that America has is a complete bogus coloring book characteristic over a plutocracy with once every 4 years you pretend like you select somebody to represent you. America doesn't have rule of law. America doesn't have laws. America has whatever the richest barbaric billionaire and corporations want to do right now. If you identify with that, okay. If you don't identify with that, why haven't you undone the fucking country yet? That's the only question you should be asking. Now, and obviously you go, well, it's really hard. It's going to take a long time. Okay, well, get the fuck to work. Right? And then, like, who is... You know how could America stop being America? One way that... One important direction, one first step, really, a certain sense, a first step is decolonization, land back, and giving the indigenous people who have been illegally occupied by your white supremacist country, which you have benefited from the stolen wealth and labor and land of those black and brown people. The first step is decolonization in a certain sense. If you aren't on the board with decolonization, you are still sitting around fucking drawing air, drawing wealth, drawing privilege, drawing air conditioning, and drawing everything else from the fucking whiteness, from fucking fascism, from fucking genocide and slavery. At that point, So, that's another way to think of it, And, like, yeah, your family, your friends, everybody around you, they're reactionary, they're Catholic, they can't even hear any of this shit. I mean, and that's fine. And then but I mean, like, it is not going to be easy. It is going to be hard, right? But at the end of the day, it's almost like if America suddenly was plunged into, it's not accelerationism is not a good thing, but if America was suddenly plunged into like actual Neofeud level of poverty, like everyone, I'm talking about millionaire white dudes with fucking Starbucks and franchises and fucking farms to everyone with the exception of the top richest 10,000 people in America, it actually would be better. I don't want to say that because it's not. But I mean, but Americans like suddenly like if some huge sudden like the world reserve currency of the United States dollar collapses and the price of your rice, bread, housing, everything just goes off the fucking chart, right? And people are and then if China and the rest of the world actually did cut off all your medicine and food supplies, and then Americans were like literally completely screwed, it might actually get them to the some people might actually get to the point of like, oh my god, we have to undo this terrible we have to undo this horrific empire, this horrific exploitation, this horrific inequality, because we're all gonna be screwed, right? But there's still too many people that are I mean, as shitty as it is, there's still too many Americans that they're doing much worse off. If you suddenly went from 50s to 2020s, then there might be some huge action. Unfortunately, it probably would be white supremacist fascist action, but I mean, I don't know. It's a difficult problem. But I mean, if you suddenly went from the boomer level of existence within a month to 2021, there might be more action. Or from 2021 to like 2031, all of a sudden, like really fast. But because it's like every year you expect a little bit less. Oh, it's a little more expensive for my healthcare. Oh, that sucks. Oh, housing's a little worse. Well, it's not. It could be worse. Well, food's getting. Oh, it's I don't have enough much money for food. I can't eat out. Oh. And you're so, the water's coming out with fucking sewage in it. Oh man, well, I guess we'll just
But if everything all happened at once, like, oh my god, there's like no food, there's no water, sewage is fucking exploding out of my toilet. I went from a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house with 1 salary with 4 kids, with 2 parents and 2 kids, all the way to like, you know, renting a fucking, a small 1-bedroom with 2 full-time salaries of 35-year-olds, in a goddamn next to the meth lab above the highway. If you suddenly went that far, you might have something, but it's like that's the genius. I really commend the billionaire class in America's capitalist class. They're really doing a good job bloodletting you to death. It's like, it's sad and simultaneously sad, and but it's a very ingenious scheme in that sense. Just slowly boil you away till you have nothing left, until when you're poor enough so that you can't even rise up because you're too emaciated to do shit. See, when you actually have some money and resources and you suddenly drop off, that's when you have like, okay, I'm gonna take a month off, I'm gonna general strike because I have money, I have savings, I have a house, I have network, I have some power, like I have some wealth and some power to fight back with by withholding labor, by doing these actions, right? But now everybody's like, oh my god, I can't even afford to say one wrong thing about even fucking Elon Musk or Twitter, otherwise I'll lose all of my sponsorships from PragerU or CNN or whatever capitalist is paying me to say shit so that I can pay for my fucking insulin. You know what I mean? You don't have the ground to stand on to push. You're just like, oh shit, oh fuck. But that's why you need more worker cooperatives as best as you can. That's why you need to get into these, get away from the cities which have, you're filled to the brim with fucking landlords, rent lords, fucking medical lords. You're paying 20% to the debt, medical debt, 50%, 60, 70% to the fucking housing, 10% to your student debt, and then the rest of it is just being stolen by your fucking boss. You got nothing to stand on, right? And you can't move anywhere if you have nothing to stand on. So it's another reason why to get into cooperatives, to get into non-capitalist organizations as best as you can manage. Again, that's why I say, I don't say, well, Americans, you are all completely irrevocable and you're fake leftists because you're not in cooperatives. I mean, that would be a very Western leftist thing to say. You're all fake left. Every single one of you, unless you work in a cooperative. If you work for McDonald's, if you work for a university, if you work for, they're all fucking hedge funds masquerading as educational institutions. If you work for anywhere in the United States, you're a fucking fake leftist. No, I don't say that. I say as best as you can manage, given your current circumstances, move in this direction. Because again, if you have a $1.5 million mortgage in fucking San Francisco, you're working at Facebook, you're like, I don't like Facebook, I don't like Mark Zuckerberg, I don't like Jack Dorsey, I don't like Twitter, I don't like the way that they run things, I don't like the US military, but I gotta pay this huge ass student debt, I gotta pay this huge ass, fucking mortgage. That's how you get locked into neo-feudal lords. You got to profess undying fealty to this entire system. Otherwise, you don't get the salary that can afford you the life. That's how they lock you in. And you're like, well, I'm so locked in right now. I would one day love to be out of here and like in a cooperative commune with no landlords, no bosses, no, in a worker cooperative. I would love to do this, working for some Mastodon node and doing like indie games online or something, or growing food or doing something else. But I can't do that right now because I'm so locked in, and I got a wife, I got kids, I got a partner, I got kids, I got a grandma, she's sick, I got medical bills. I can't just leave this job. I can't leave my Facebook job. I can't leave my Pentagon job. And like, I can't leave my fucking CNN. I can't leave my Fox. I can't leave my private equity firm. I can't leave my Goldman Sachs. I can't leave my Walmart or Amazon executive job. I can't leave this job and that. I can't stop lawyering. I can't stop doing this shitty progressive-y podcast that's really just not doing anything useful and enabling Western leftists to move into the center and kind of standing the empire while pretending to be left. But I gotta keep doing this podcast because I get $5,000 a month from doing it. And it's like, I even understand that. It's a pandemic. Everybody's lost their job. Everybody's fucking screwed. You got $5,000 a month. Can you figure out a way to take the $5,000 a month you are making playing inside baseball, talking about fucking AOC, Nancy Pelosi, and those other things, and start using that to leverage getting out of that to actually fucking liberate people, right? It's about the direction that you're moving from wherever you are at, right? Even if you are doing some very reactionary, very fucking capitalist stuff, even if you're in the military, literally dropping bombs on children in Yemen, there are things that you could do to move away from that. It's really, but where is America moving? Unfortunately, too much of it is still slight. If most of America, if the masses of America were really solidly moving in the like, obviously with Bernie Sanders there was a movement, but if they're really moving solidly in that direction, it would be increasingly difficult, because I mean, nobody likes these fucking billionaires, nobody likes the fucking corporations, nobody likes these people. You know, like for the French and a lot of these other people around the world, they're like, why the fuck? The French, they have their own problems, racism, colonialism, and their own issues within, right? To stop exploiting Africa. But they do fucking huge general strikes in these things, and they do win things. Now they don't, it's still, you know, they're not doing enough, right? But they do like rise up. But Americans, like, they rise up for fucking football, and they fucking show up to install fascism in the White House. You know? And so, like, you know, but again, it's like, it's what the important thing is the direction in which the people are moving and what you're trying to move, not like where you are right now. Nobody is in communism, nobody is in like pure socialism or pure anarchism right now. It means which way, in what direction are you moving? And people move in different ways. I mean, like, anarchists like to move it by just like fighting cops and, you know, just getting into shit, expropriating things, and you know, that's fine. Trying to organize, you know, workers, which is you know, great. We need more worker organization to get to the level of mass general strike actions. And it, you know, but yeah, so yeah. So long, I mean, long story short, but all those things are, you know, valid ways to be doing things, but you know, just going after people, particularly not people in the United States, because they do not, I don't know, meet whatever requirements that you have for your perfect world, is A, completely hypocritical, B, counterproductive, C, could result in fucking actual nuclear annihilation because a war starts between the US and China, or anybody. And that is something that is definitely being drummed up, and we should, everybody around the world, including inside and outside, everybody needs to like be on board with, at minimum, the anti-war propaganda, which is definitely still happening, and will continue to happen it will get worse under Biden, because the Democrats are more competent imperialists and more incompetent warmongers. All right, let me see here. Okay, I'm probably gonna be ending shortly. Can't confirm houselessness wears you down. Extremely true. Yeah, absolutely. They will save our ass. Yeah, Miss Danger says, will they save our ass? You know. Yeah. You know, that's what it should be. It should. I mean, it should even be talking to the Chinese. Talk to the Chinese again. Like, listen, like the actual people there, who make up like 1 in 9 people are literally part of that party. Like not talk about them. Not talk about them and what they want. Like listen to what they actually say. And you want to talk to the leftists in their, you know, don't listen to the fucking CNN fucking State Department cutouts that are saying whatever you want to hear. And a lot of them are actually not even Chinese. They are fucking a white person with a Chinese face on it, yellow face on fucking Twitter. Please don't listen to that shit. Listen to those, and then you can disagree. They let them tell you. Even better, go there, see how they do what they're doing in that country, if you can. Now, you can't do that now because you're a fucking collapsing shithole and you're gonna be in a landfill soon, so you're not gonna fly anywhere. But zoom in with like a teleconference and see what they're doing, maybe. Listen to the actual people in Vietnam. Even better, if you can one day, if you ever get out of the shithole collapsing empire that you were in. When the Vietnamese save you, take the opportunity to visit Vietnam when the Vietnamese come and save you out of your burning fucking dumpster fire, waterless, you know, actual extreme poverty that you will be in, right? Let the Vietnamese come and save you from the future extreme poverty that you haven't experienced yet, but you will be getting to soon because you haven't done anything, right? Take the opportunity to do American Vietnamese exchange and like fucking hopefully before that just fucking watch Luna Oi's channel, listen to Danny Haivang, and like let them you know, and you don't have to agree with everything that they say. You don't have to just stand them. You don't stand anybody. I don't stand anybody. I don't stand even the Hawaiians, we have our own problems here because of colonialism. It's like we have our own reactionary elements in my family, right? But listen to what they're saying. What are they doing good? What are they doing that has problems? What are they doing? See, and Luna and EJ often bring this up. I do criticize the Vietnamese government. I do criticize how there is corruption, how there are some rich people that are too rich. There are neoliberal elements. There are a lot of elements working inside and outside that are not good. I criticize these things, but whenever I do that, none of the Western left gives a shit. They only want to fight when I say what the Vietnamese government is doing well. That's the only time they want to fucking fight. They were, oh, you can't say that the Vietnamese government is good because we have to blow up all the states in the world because we're just gonna magically somehow get to anarchism by fucking like getting along as human beings under the boot of the fucking U.S. military and the fucking Jeff Bezos. We're just gonna magically anarchism our way out of this fucking hellscape, you know? You ain't doing too good. You know, Luna brings it up. There are no anarchist revolutions. The Zapatistas, they said stop stealing our ideas. They stop taking credit for things that we've done. We're not anarchists. The Rojavans, they're also, Luna was saying, like, we're not anarchists, not the way that you're defining them. We are our own people. We are our own organization. We have our own problems. Like, stop fucking trying to take credit for what we're doing. You don't have any revolution. I'm sorry. Like, that's some hard fucking medicine, I know. Anarchists have no revolutions that are like anywhere close to as successful as any of these things that these other people that they like some of them have many tendencies, but they're not going around going like we're an anarchist revolution. We follow Marxist-Leninism, Maoism, and you know, we have Ho Chi Minh thought with Marxist-Leninism, and we borrow things from a lot of different thought and also our own indigenous ways with the history of socialism and all these developments. But we are not what these Western anarchists are saying that we are. And I'm sorry, you don't have any. You don't have any. You know, you don't have anything. You don't have shit. You know, you have your country fucking falling apart. Not that there's no harm reduction, but you don't have like mass actual moving an entire country out of poverty, extreme poverty, against imperialism. You know, I know it's hard because when you're a white person in the West, you cannot know what imperialism is because you're a fucking Western white person. You are not. You are the fist of imperialism. You can't know that. I know it's hard, right? It's a hard empathy gap. Being a white Westerner that's not in another country, that's brown, trying to use its own resources for itself. It's a hard thing to know. You cannot die and be born again in a black or brown country to understand that. You just have to. It is a hard gap, and so it can seem like so all states and all governments must be like mine, which, you know, do bad things to black people and you know, but you can't see that there are other ways to mass organize and to have governments that are not perfect and one day would be dismantled, but can actually move masses of people away from poverty, defend against imperialism, bring healthcare, education, food, resources to masses of people. They do exist, but when you're too dogmatic, you can't hear that, right? You just want to stand whatever thing looks kind of like your anarchism in all these other non-white places in the world, and they're like, shut the fuck up, stop telling us what the fuck we are. We are not that. You know what you can do for us? Undo your empire and then stop talking about us, right? But you can't hear that because, well, the only thing I've ever seen was that one time I got arrested for, you know, smoking, and a cop was there, and I didn't really get arrested because I was a white person. I just got kind of like sternly talking to, or the worst you're gonna get is when you side with black people. If you go with Black Lives Matter protest, then you white person, you might actually get fucked up because you've thrown in with black people. They're not gonna treat you as bad as they're gonna treat a black person, right? But you might actually get shot, you might get tased, you might go to prison, right? But if you're black, they just kill you for being black. You standing around while black in front of the 7-Eleven, it's like bang, 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 right? You stand around in front of the fucking liquor store, they kneel on your neck, right? The cops don't just stand around and kneel on the necks of random white children, like, oh shit, I was trying to get my Marxist-Leninism philosophy degree, and a cop knelt on my neck to death. They don't do that, you know? And so you're like, oh, cops are just cops. Oh my God, the cops. But you don't know. You never been and lived in Vietnam. And you never been in, even if you've been and lived in Vietnam, you never been and lived in Vietnam as a Vietnamese person. You never been through imperialism. You know, you can't go through it. You can't go through being black in America and then being black in Africa. Now, being black in America and then African peoples born in America who then move to Africa, they can go, holy fuck, this is so different. I'm in Tanzania. There's no COVID for the last 6 months. I cried the first time I got pulled over by a cop because The cop treated me like a human being. I'm not afraid when I don't go. I still go into cold sweats and I fear for my life because I think of my children being shot like Tamir Rice when I see a cop. But every cop I've encountered here in Tanzania, it's not like in America. But it's because the entire structure of the United States and Western imperial countries in particular, definitely settler colonial countries, definitely America, the entire government and the entire structure of the entire country is white supremacist, is hyper capitalist, is completely uncontrolled. And so if you are, black people born in America going to these other places, even the founder of the Black Panthers, Huey Newton, right? They cried when he was in China. He was like, "Oh my God, it's the first time I've ever seen a police, and I didn't feel like my life was threatened. I was gonna go to prison." Okay, but you can't experience that, white American anarchists, because your literal physical, biological, material reality do not allow that. So it's gonna be it's gonna be very difficult to comprehend. And what does that mean? That means, like, I don't know, it's a very hard empathy you have to manage, but you gotta like try your best. You gotta try your best for your own good, because if you keep shooting out Western propaganda about these other places, the military-industrial complex, they're gonna sell 200 million more bombs, guns, and F-35s to Australian government with ASPI, and that's money that could have gone to help you and your healthcare, your COVID treatment, and you are empowering your own disempowerment. Actually, at the end of the day, I mean, in the long run, you're empowering your own disenfranchisement by spreading this kind of shit, and also you're hurting those places which don't need more people fucking, even on the left of all places, spreading lies about them. And so, that's gonna be a lesson that, and I mean, I've talked to a lot of people. I can tell you this, as a native Hawaiian, I noticed a difference even being here. As a non-white fucking person in the Big Island of Hawaii, there is a material difference, right? Which is that ultimately, yes, you would not want any state, you would not want any government, you would not want any money. Even, money. Why should we have even worker cooperatives? We should just be able to work, produce, and have free housing and free food and free healthcare. I would love to not have to have Silver Spoon Cooperative. Just work, make games, get the food for free, get the electricity for free, not have to pay bills. That would be awesome, right? I would love to have zero governments. That would be really awesome. Like the socialists and the Vietnamese and even the Chinese and all these other places. And you can believe them or not, but I mean, that's the goal. Cuba, they're moving in the direction of that, but we're not there. We're not there. But while we're not there are places that don't have governments who have their enforcement arm, which is the cops, crushing, killing, beating the shit out of, and enforcing the arm of capital. I can tell you this because it is a fact that the police department of Hilo, where I live, have not evicted a single person. They do not defend landlords. They have not evicted a single person in 5 years. Okay, and it's not because they're magically good. They just have some kind of sprinkle dust. It's not because of the community policing and we're just a community. No, it's because now it's complicated, but for a variety of reasons. Some of them are personal, some of them are cultural, some of them are because of the community. Some of it is because it's more Hawaiians and it's not white people. I'm sorry, white people. There's 9 out of 10 people are like local or part Hawaiian aunties in the government, and they're the ones who also maintain, how things are enforced. They are the ones who the police answer to. I've interacted with the cops and I have not feared for my life here. No, it's different on Oahu, and it's very different when I'm on the mainland. When I'm in your shithole country, that's fucking scary. Every time I cross the goddamn border, I'm pulled in by the Canadian and the U.S. police usually, on each way, and it is fucking scary. It's like, oh yeah, you must be a terrorist because you're brown. It is hugely different the way that your American, continental American, Washington, Oregon, California police treat me, and the way we're treated here. Not because we're like amazing, fucking just elevated because of some kind of DNA level essence of the Hawaiian. It just has like very good police in its blood. No, it's nothing to do with them being good. And they do. I haven't had a personal encounter, but I mean they do. I'm sure they do things that are corrupt, like anywhere else. They have problems. Vietnam has problems, right? But but it's a different material reality that you can't. If you're white, you can never experience this. You can never experience this because there's, even if you're white, when you go to these other, even if you come to Hawaii and you're white, the cops are not gonna fucking treat you like a black person in America. If you're white and you go to Vietnam, the cops are not gonna treat you like a black person in America. If you're white and you go to Africa, the cops are not gonna treat you like a black person in America. I mean, I'm sorry. You're not gonna get fucking knelt on the neck for fucking 8 minutes and 46 seconds for being white in Africa. I'm fucking sorry. It's not gonna, generally, I can't say like absolutely nowhere, but I'm like, overall, that's how America treats its fucking black and brown people. You cannot have that experience because you are that which is the historical global colonizer, and I'm sorry, that's just how it is. But and you could feel bad for all the people who do experience that in America, but you also have to have the ability to hear from other people, particularly non-white people. It's the worst when I see white people telling non-white people, no, your government must be bad. I don't care like if they've enabled stopping imperialism of my country. Your government must be bad because they're all bad, because I said so, And it's usually a white dude. Let's be real. It's usually a white dude telling Luna, a non-white person from a country that literally got bombed to shit and murdered, bombed to the Stone Age, telling Luna, no, your government must be bad because I read a book, because I read the history in my country in the context of a fucking white colonial, deeply fucked up, deeply disinformed population it can barely get its fucking head straight when it comes to Wuhan flu not being Wuhan fucking flu. Even on the left, you don't have your fucking. If you're in the West and you only interact with white people in the fucking West, even as a leftist, your head is not screwed on straight. You know how I know this? I interacted with somebody with a goddamn fucking PhD in Marxism. Has even read it's not even an anarchist, a fucking Marxist. Came to Hawaii, and you're like pretending like he was gonna save Hawaii from our oh my god, we're like on the big island of Hawaii, the decolonized part of Hawaii. He's like over here, he's like, oh, we're gonna save you from your foodlessness. What the fuck are you talking about, white dude? You're the one who's fucking homeless in your own country. You have a fucking goddamn you have a post 4-year degree, master's PhD in Marxism. You fucking read. You knows read the W.B. Du Bois. You fucking read the Draining the Veins of Latin America. You read about imperialism. You know the Michael Parenti. You know all this shit. And then you're over here. You still got the colonizer mentality. This is not even an anarchist. This is a fucking white. And he's like, oh yeah, I'm just having a sabbatical. It's like, you're not having a fucking sabbatical. You're being homeless in America while teaching fucking 4-year, while teaching philosophy, English, and history 406. You're teaching accredited college courses at a fucking accredited university, United States State University, and you're fucking homeless because that's what your country does to you, and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Listen. And he's like, no, I'm not gonna listen. No, I'm not gonna listen. I'm gonna complain about cancel culture while having a literal fucking degree, more education than me, literally in leftism and in internationalism. It's like, wow, holy shit, your entire Western world is deeply fucked. Holy shit, not even anarchist, just like a full Marxist Leninist, like 8, I don't know how much, but there's a lot of education. And that's not the only one. Even somebody who's been to Asia, you've been to Asia and you're still like, oh yeah, they just have a lot of problems there and it was a real fun trip. With an accredited degree from an American university. Now, America's cops are also going around tasting themselves in the balls. America's cops and military who are also fascist, tasting themselves in the balls in the Capitol, giving themselves heart attacks. So that's the level of training that they give to police in America now, apparently. So, I don't know, maybe the university also is just like, you can read the Cliffs Notes of everything and then make a 30-second TikTok for your dissertation. What the fuck is happening? I understand why. Because college professors are scared that their students are going to leave their class because they're irritated by something that happened and mommy and daddy paid so much money and the college administrators don't give a shit as long as people get filtered through $200,000 worth of student debt and they can take a cut of that and pay their fucking yacht payment and their mansion payment. I understand why college professors would not teach anything. I don't want to throw U.S. college professors under the bus. On the other hand, what the fuck are you learning? No, I'm gonna tell Hawaiians how to fix their country. Maybe listen to Hawaiians about how we grow our food. Don't fucking plant 24 green beans and then they grow in the lawn and then they get eaten by the grass. No, I know what's best. No, it's part of it's just the attitude. No, I'm gonna we are growing kalo. That's our Hawaiian staple food. Maybe listen to what the Hawaiians are trying to say. what they can teach you about living ecologically. Not anarchism, socialism, communism. Not Das Kapital, not the fucking bread book. No. Listen about Pono. Learn about Kuleana, the responsibility to the earth to land. These are some new things that you might... No, I don't want to learn that. I know everything. I have a degree in leftism. I'm going to tell everybody and you, I'm going to write a book and everybody's going to love it. Because I have a degree in leftism. I am so fucking smart. And I don't know shit about planting, but I know that growing food is good because I read a thing about food bombing and I read some fucking grifter's future pros of the roundtable hipster beer Patreon Discord, and they said that food seed bombing is good. So I'm gonna seed bomb the grass, and then everything dies because I don't know anything about how the actual indigenous plants grow or farming. But I have a degree. I tell you what to do, brown person. I tell you what to do, Vietnam. I tell you what to do, Hawaii. I tell you what to do, China, Africa, Asia, Latin America. I tell you what to do. I come here and I save you. Because I have a piece of fucking paper that I got from a hedge fund with educational characteristics. Anyway, lived experience is the most important benchmark, period, and I don't have it as a born Westerner. So numbing is a thing for sure. Thank you. Comfort really numbs you to all the problems of the world, even those in your backyard. I mean, like, you know, and this is something like, and it's one thing to be like, I don't understand what you are saying, Silver Spook. I am like lower middle class. I was homeless for a period of time. That was hard, but I don't fully understand what it means to be like homeless for years and have my entire existence deleted and be attacked for being brown and being shot by cops for no reason or knelt on my neck. I don't understand. I don't understand what it's like to have your mountain fucking bombed and you're having an entire language banned in Hawaii and having your Hawaiians arrested in 2018 for speaking Hawaiian. I don't understand what that's like. I would, you know, and I don't understand what it's like to be bombed in Iraq. I don't understand what it's like to grow up in Vietnam, literally shitting in a pool, getting typhus and cholera, or trying not to. I don't know what that's like. I don't know what it's like to have like Agent Orange annihilate my entire fucking country, right? But then you have to have the ability to say, you know what, I don't know what that's like. I should not tell those people what their experience is like. I should try to listen and like be empathic towards that experience. I should try to learn as much as I can while never fully bridging the gap, because I can't have that lived experience. And then I should have the fucking humility to listen to what they can teach, not necessarily do everything they say, like they're fucking God, no. But listen to what they can teach about the human experience and about society and about successful revolutions, and an ongoing revolutionary activity, an ongoing empowerment, an ongoing building an equitable civilization, building an equitable anti-imperial, anti-capitalist, anti-war civilization. What can they teach me, knowing that I can never know what that actually means? As opposed to, you're wrong because I read this thing in a book that a white guy wrote. Or you're wrong because I have this experience as a white Western American and I don't get what you're saying, but you're saying things that I don't like, and I'm gonna come to your country and fix, or I'll tell you how to fix your country. You know, so we have to accept that there are things that we will never know. You know, it would be hubristic, although that's a normal Western characteristic. It would be hubristic of anybody to assume that they could ever know all these things, particularly experiences that you cannot, particularly experiences in a racist society of people of a particular skin color, darker skin color. That is unknowable. Even if you put on blackface and you went out one night and a cop looked at you funny, you cannot know what it's like to live your entire life black. Even if you're Justin Trudeau going out many times and putting on blackface, you can't know. You don't know. Even if I was a brown person, I've witnessed firsthand racism both from policemen and civil towards my friends, and not me just because their skin is way darker than mine. It's fucking amazing. Yeah, you know. So and the way that governments and police are in different places, you know, you can't know that. You definitely can't know that, not from your Western media. You can't know that. Even if you go there and you learn, you can know a little more. You know, and so that and that whole thing. That's one thing I don't see. I don't see a lot of black comrades and brown comrades in the United States even going, you know what? this country, we got to undo this state, or this country, we got to undo this government because they're doing it all wrong. I don't see a lot of that, you know, because the gap of an internally colonized African person, Chicano, or you know, his Latinx person, Asian person in America, the empathy gap, but definitely between an African American person and somebody in, let's say, China, Vietnam, South American country, African country, the empathy gap between the internally colonized and the externally colonized, and they are all colonized, is narrower, and so they don't immediately jump to, oh, you have a government, or you have a this, we have to undo that. You know, they're like, well, let's see how that actually is. You know, I'm sure they have problems. We have problems here too. But let's look with a nuanced view. What have they done that's different? How is it different there? You know, what have they done that has succeeded? You know, I've been starving my whole life. I've been dealing with horrible policing, you know, being attacked my whole life. Wow, and now I went. I'm a basketball player, and I went to that country, and it was a totally different experience. That's new information for me. I did not know that there are places in the world that don't have the police murdering and mass imprisoning all their black people. That's new information, you know. But when you go to, even if you go to China, if you're a white, you go to China, you're like, I didn't learn anything. I didn't learn shit. I went here. You know, the cops treat me the same here. Well, I mean, yeah, because you're Mr. Owl and Mr. Hawk treat each other the same, right? I never noticed Mr. Owl, right? Mr. Hawk and Mr. Owl was like, what are you telling Mr. Hawk is a murderer? I've never seen him. He never attacked me. He didn't murder me. Mr. Mouse is going, well, I mean, Mr. Hawk eats me. Well, I've never seen that happen. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't notice any difference. They're the same to me. You know, they you know, they get me in trouble when I jaywalk. I don't notice any difference. Oh, you're never gonna notice a difference, white person. When you go to these other places, because the cops will always treat you you know, they're not exactly the same, but you're never gonna have the experience of being black in America. I didn't notice any difference. You know, it's like the white dude going like, how bad can the trans experience be? I mean, like, I've never been judged for being a man. Or this one time, this woman, she didn't date me in my office. That's the same as being a trans person. But if you're white in the West, a lot of the leftists in the West, they understand that they understand that, like, there's a huge empathy gap that's there, right? Oh, I know the trans experience because it's one time, like my voice cracked, and a girl in the office made fun of me, and then she wouldn't go on a date with me, and that was oppression. That's the same as being a trans person in America. You know, I mean, the white people can understand that the denial and the erasure of that, right? But they miss the erasure of going, well, I mean, like, it's like the way that I experienced. I mean, this state and that government, they're the same. They're all governments. There's no difference. They're all the same. I don't know what you're talking about, Vietnamese people. I don't know what you're talking about, you know, Cuban or whatever, Asian or Latinx people. It's the same. You know, there's a big empathy gap still there. And so, you know, and so hopefully, if you do have the experience of being disabled and being somebody going, like, what are you talking about? You're disabled. It's like you have wheelchair access. Being disabled is totally easy in America. You get some disability payment. It's like easy, right? Able-bodied cis white dude telling you, what do you complain about, disabled person? It's easy. We have elevators already. What are you complaining about, right? You know, you can get that empathy gap that, wow, this person is like denying a reality that I have, and they don't want to even listen to what I'm saying. They just want to kind of throw their version of reality over mine, right? And there's an empathy gap between people in America and in these other countries, in Asia, in Latin America, and in Africa. So it is, you know, and well, I read this book by Joe Rogan. I read this book by an American, you know, doctor, and it said that, you know, disability is not really a big deal. In America's fucking healthcare system, a lot of it is written by literal eugenicists. Like, I read a book about it. I know your experience. I read this essay about it. I am educated as an able-bodied cis white dude. I understand the disabled trans experience, so I can tell you about it. That's not that you read a book written by fucking able-bodied patriarchal eugenicist fucking society, accredited college system about people who have this, you know, and the way they even write about it is all warped, right? It's the same for other countries where when even history, economics, all these other things, there is much that is missed, you know, and a lot of it is very hard. It's particularly when you're talking about these other countries where the languages are very different because there's not a lot of translation. That's why Luna is so valuable, because Luna is like very accessible, easy to get, easy to find, easy to consume. Education about what it's like to be in Vietnam and their government and their economics and their cultural society in English. That's another big gap, is because you can't really learn about a lot of these places without the filtration of Voice of America, the CIA, in between you and these Asian people or these Latin American peoples, right? You know, because there's always going to be things that are missed. In the gap, in the same way that somebody going, oh, I understand the disabled experience, and you're a bunch of crybabies because I read it in this book or this podcast or this website says that being disabled is not a really big of a deal. So I don't care what you say because I have the truth. Because I have this paper. Look at this paper. You see this paper? This is accredited paper that tells me this paper says accredited to tell Hawaiians how to live equitably, that I got from the fucking Death Star University. That's what that paper says. It says, I know how to do socialism. It says, I know how to do anarchism. You see that paper? I know how to do history. I know your history. I know it better than you. You see? So I can tell you what it's like to be a Hawaiian. And I'll tell you how to I'm going to tell you how to liberate yourself because of my paper. You see the paper? It's a nice paper, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, you don't have one, do you? You don't have one? No. Shut the fuck up and let me run your entire society and then grift. Do you have a flag? Do you have a degree? That's the next one, right? Do you have a degree? It's a license to colonize. I suggest. Yeah. So, anyways, okay, we're gonna get off now because it's 3:00. But anyway, long story short, I do not think that there is no hope for America. I know I said some things, but I got pissed off sometimes. But I don't think there's no hope. But it does require that people recognize that it is much more broken than many people are yet to reckon with. You know, I can't say that, you know, I say a lot, you know, it's like it's irredeemable. I mean, I don't have a fucking crystal ball. You know, I don't know what's gonna happen. But what I do know is that they're like the United States is in a death throes. Maybe it'll survive, but maybe it won't. I know that the U.S. government and its mega corporations, including its platforms like Twitter, are the same thing, and they don't have the term of service or laws other than barbarism and what makes them the most profit right now. They're not your friend. The U.S. government is not your friend. The cops are not your friend. But that is not the same for other governments and other societies. And you cannot graft your situation and America's situation onto Vietnam and Cuba and other Asian countries and African countries. You cannot just graft it on. Listen to what those countries are doing and how they've made improvements. But in America, it is the case that you have no term of service and there are no laws other than whatever the richest person wants to have right now, and there's no democracy. That does not exist. Free speech is white settler colonial mythology like U.S. democracy, rule of law, etc., built on the back of indigenous genocide, slave labor, and ongoing exploitation inside and outside the U.S. of black, brown, and poor working classes, so barbarian white men like Trump, Jack Dorsey, and Elon Musk can shitpost to trillionaire status. I do know, like, you know, like that is the case. And so I think that talking about it like this sense of, you know, banning Trump is good, banning Trump is bad is irrelevant. You know, it's one you know, it's like not the shark eating snake, you know, because, you know, they're just animals, but, you know, these are more fucked up and evil than that. But, you know, it's like a Star Destroyer shooting another Star Destroyer. You should not stand Star Destroyers, you know. You'd be like, wow, too bad, you know, too bad the enemy crashed into itself, you know. You should not be, you know, there's no term of service. If you're black, trans, indigenous, person of color, you ever fought for anything, you know, you just get wiped off of Twitter, Facebook, no reason, no explanation, no nothing. Even American Johnson is a white dude. He got DMCA just for using a fair use video of Trevor Noah, right? And he's a white dude, right? Because there's no such thing as law, there's no such thing as term of service. It's whatever I feel like doing today, I can get away with. And you can buy law with money. $1 million buys $1 million worth of the best lawyers, and 100 million buys 100 million. And American Johnson doesn't have the lawyers to do that, you know? You don't live in. There's no law. Law is a fucking joke. But you think that when you're white and middle class. In the United States, there are places that do have laws. Not the United States. It's plutocracy. That's what plutocracy means. Rule by money, not by law and constitutions and all that nonsense. So you can learn from places that do have laws and do have some level of democracy and that do have some level of social fabric. America doesn't have one, right? So you gotta open your mind and listen to those places, and don't stand either one of these clowns of the parties, billionaires, the Twitter corporation. No. These people are just doing whatever they can do to make the most money, and it just happened to be banning right now. So, anyways, that's kind of like that's the kind of wrap up the stream. Neofeud is a cyberpunk adventure game that I've created. It is on Steam. It is on itch.io. It is a cyberpunk adventure game in the vein of Blade Runner with an overlay of Game of Thrones like political intrigue. It is about everything that I talk about on these streams, but in a more fun, entertaining, satirical, hopefully make you laugh, cry, and think about sentient machines which are involved in the game, and also what a neofeudal America is, what that means in every facet of the meaning of neofeudalism, and what is neofeudalism, what is a democracy with capitalism that is so far gone that the capitalists are kings. A lot of that is all in the game as a point-and-click adventure. If you have a second to leave even a very short review, it is greatly appreciated because it increases the likelihood that the game will be discovered by more people in the algorithm. Because again, these are our lore. These are algorithm lores. We don't have any. There's no what deserves to be put in front. It's whatever makes the corporation that you're putting your game in or your video in the most money. It doesn't matter. You have no rights. You have nothing. You have money for lawyers. You have nothing. You have money for lawyers and buying government officials and buying the FCC. You have nothing. So we're all at the mercy. So help me be less at the mercy of giant mega corporations and leave a review on Steam. Brilliant game. I very much like the art style and themes. The story and dialogue was exceptionally well written with an undertone of social commentary. So you can also get Neofeud on itch.io. You can get Neofeud on itch.io. And you can find it for Windows, Mac, and Linux. It is DRM free if you don't like digital rights management for whatever reason. If you don't like Steam for whatever reason. But again, I put it on these platforms because, again, we gotta make enough to survive. But I'm not gonna. I try my best to not bullshit you about that. I'm like, we need to pay bills and stuff to keep having a roof. Like literally, the roof is leaking. I still gotta go fix more roof. We gotta do new drywall. I gotta work with the septic tank and stuff like this. Electricity, we got $200 electric bill every month. All the bills. So we do need to keep making money from that so that we can keep paying for that. And I've made less than 1/4 of what I would make working for 3 years at a game corporation, being paid $15 to $30 an hour. It's like so Neofeud hasn't even close to made back what I put into it. Anyways, you can also support us at patreon.com/Neofeud. It is greatly appreciated. Every Patreon dollar is also going straight to the Silver Spoon Worker Cooperative and the Silver Spoon Commune. You are supporting a decolonizing indigenous person being illegally occupied by the United States. So that's one piece of activism you can do, right? You can support Silver Spoon Games trying to decolonize in Hawaii under the illegal occupation of your U.S. empire. You can also you can follow us at silverspoongames at octodon.social. It's a site that is a decentralized, federated social media platform. Again, Mastodon definitely has, it is not a capitalist billionaire running it. It does not manipulate the timeline. It does not delete whoever Jack Dorsey feels like, ban and delete whoever Jack Dorsey feels like at any second of the day for saying Breonna Taylor's name. 3,000 people deactivated. Indigenous activists, decolonization, fossil fuel pipeline, there's accounts wiped. their posts and accounts wiped off of Twitter and Facebook. And Mastodon doesn't and can't do that because of the way that it's set up. So it has a very small reach relative to Twitter. I hope that grows. So you can also help grow the digital liberation of our discourse by getting a Mastodon. And then at least just cross-post what you post on Twitter. You know? Just think of it that. Just copy whatever you put on Twitter and then just drop it in Mastodon and then push the button, right? And then, I mean, at minimum, you're doubling your exposure. You get the people over there, or maybe not double, but you're getting people over there and you're getting people over here. And you're adding to the total value of the Mastodon network. Because the value of Mastodon, or any social network, is the sum total of all of the content produced by every single person tweeting, or video uploading, or putting comments, or whatever, right? So that's the value. If nobody posts anything on Twitter, there's no Twitter. But at the same time, we're not going to reach anybody if we don't have Twitter because of the nature of our shitty ass reality. But if you want to follow there at the hell site at Silverspook Guy, and you can also follow at Silverspook Games, which is Silverspook Games minus the E in silver. You can also follow Terminus C, which is Terminus Cyberstar, which is a low-poly cyberpunk immersive sim in the vein of late 90s PC games like Deus Ex 1 and System Shock 2. Due out sometime in the near future, like in February or March is when it's approximately slated for release. So Aaron, you have less than, if it's in February, you have a month. So remember, you got to get to work. I'm just kidding, we don't crunch, but I just, if you got to extend it, whatever, nobody works crunch at any Silverspook games. They fucking better not, or I'm gonna be pissed off. And then we won't. No, I know Aaron, the producer on this game, is good though. Reached out specifically to me and said, I want you to work with me on a game. And I said, okay. Here's a bunch of writing and world building and character and plot design for you. And then Aaron is working with like 5 or 6 other people on this cyberpunk RPG. Anyways, you can also follow the Discords for Silverspook Games and Terminus Cyberstar. And I can also thank all of these people. I will look at the chat before I go. Dave, James Wheaton, Mingzilla, Mr. Brewer, Belinda Taylor, Kara Capybara, Christian T, Industrial Robot, Johnny C, Alana Montero, Sean Conlan, Danny Carroll, Eric Wright, JR, Morgan Swampcraft, The Reaver, Tyler Tudhill, Ray 455, Matthew Stone, Roy Alex, Alexander Roy Gabriel House, Alfonso De Lazar, Combo Breaker, Lark, Muriel, Skylar Smith, Tim, Kabuter, Zux, Raph, Tiny Earl, Control.org, Extremely Online Left, Ted, and Turlington, Bees Code. Thanks a lot for all of your continued support. It is really appreciated. And, yes. What is up, Ludlow Vert? Let me answer Ludlow Vert's question, and Holly might have already done this, but after the pandemic, when people say they're planning a vacation to Hawaii, what resources can I point them to so they won't be contributing to the imperialistic aspects of tourism? I think Holly has some good links, but generally, rule of thumb, like, I know it's like, listen to the native Hawaiians and try to stay with a native. If they still have Airbnb, I don't know, but try to don't stay with a Western or non-Hawaiian owned, Western owned, or it could be Japanese owned hotel, resort, tourist package. Don't go to Polynesian Culture Center unless you want to give Mitt Romney money and a bunch of Mormon assholes who are racist and colonizers. Don't stay at the Sheraton. Don't stay at the Ritz-Carlton unless you want to give Donald Trump money. He owns that. Don't stay at Turtle Bay unless you want to give Goldman Sachs money and giant mega banks that destroyed your country. Don't stay at the Turtle Bay Resort. Don't stay at anywhere in the Marriott conglomerate of hotel and hospitality industry, which is also owned by billionaire Republican Latter-day Saints fuckers that are all colonizers. Don't stay at any of those hotels. Try to there is the Reed Hotel in the Big Island of Hawaii, which is owned by Native Hawaiians. It is like they don't really make a lot of profit from that. It's just like a place where Hawaiians go to stay. Most of the money comes back, and as far as I understand, and you got to kind of like do some research yourself. But we did stay there, and like local and Hawaiian and Kama'aina, this local Hawaiian stay there. As far as I understand, I believe it is owned. If you come to the Big Island of Hawaii, hey, don't go to Oahu. Oahu is a cesspool. It's like Ultra America with all the military industrial complex, capitalism, and billionaire concentration that you can imagine. Literally, it's where the fucking head of the Death Star is. It's where Edward Snowden leaked PRISM and the NSA and all the rest of the U.S. intelligence agencies' dirty laundry. Don't go to Oahu. Don't go to Oahu. Okay? Don't go to Waikiki. Don't go to Ala Moana. I mean, if you're asking me personally, come to the Big Island of Hawaii. Try to like stay if you can. If there's I don't know if there's Airbnb, but try to stay in a place that will benefit the native Hawaiians from your visit. Like give them money for the house so they can help pay for their mortgage, or use that money to empower themselves further. That will go back and stay in the Hawaiian community. Try to like, I don't know if they're open. A lot of stuff is not open because of COVID, but if it's open again, visit like the Mauna Kea activists. Try to learn about the native Hawaiian cultures, listen to them, right? And enjoy the culture and enjoy the weather and the environment and Hawaii, right? While also like learning and the revenue from like Silver Spoon Games, the revenue from there's no perfect one. I don't know all of them off the top of my head, but try to make sure that the majority of the revenue that you're spending is going back and staying in Hawaii, not being sucked away. You're going to almost anywhere in Waikiki, almost any hotel in Oahu, and almost anyone in Oahu, really. Even a lot of the Airbnbs are millionaire white people with like 20 houses renting it out to rich tourists in Kailua or some shit. Don't even go to Oahu. It is terrible. And then try to have your money go to the Hawaiian families, Hawaiian workers that will be maintained and distributed within Hawaii as best as it can. Please don't endanger yourself by going to like swim with the boiling lava and have to have Hawaiians risk their own life to save your white ass. Like people jump. Kilauea is the volcano here is erupting. You've probably seen video of that. Magma lava lake is rising and it's pouring into the ocean. You got fucking hipster ass white people doing fucking Instagram TikToks like swimming with the lava, boiling themselves alive and shit. I mean, like, don't endanger yourself like that. Don't go hiking like off. Don't throw trash and that kind of stuff. Try to like learn what you can about the Hawaiians. Like the Vietnamese, try to learn what the Hawaiians can teach you to help you when you go back to America. Maybe like implement some of those learnings in your own spaces. You know. If you do come, you know, because people are like, oh, I love Hawaii, I want to go to Hawaii. You know, don't stay in the Disneyland fake version of us anywhere on Oahu, Waikiki, Honolulu. You know, it's so expensive anyway. So, and there's more COVID there anyway. And, you know, it's like, yeah, if you have a lot of money, it's nice in the way that, like, yeah, if you have a lot of money being in Dubai, you know, having a bunch of maids serve you in London is nice. I mean, that's nice. But I mean, like, that's not really empowering the working classes or the people that need to be empowered in any of these places. So try to not go to Oahu. That's what I would say. And try to make sure as much money as you can goes back into like as equitable businesses that you can manage to spend it into, local businesses and that kind of stuff. All right. Until next time, keep remembering shades polish. Be excellent to each other.